All right. How is everybody doing out there on this fine Saturn day? My name is Logan, and this is Decode Your Reality. And of course, what's your question? Number 22. Wow, we're getting a new change, man. 22. I didn't even know if I was going to go on tonight because of all the things that I have going on in my life right now, and I've been pretty busy bee, and I was really 50-50 on whether or not I wanted to jump on here tonight. I was just like, because of the All Hallows Eve holiday, I thought perhaps maybe it wouldn't be a good idea to come on here, but it doesn't matter because here we are, and much love to all of you great decoders out there, all you amazing individual human beings sharing this time with me. I appreciate your participation. As I say, could have been anywhere tonight, but you decided to come out here and join the decoding world. So congratulations and thank you very much. So yeah, what's your question number 22? And again, this one wasn't a planned one, so I just decided this about an hour ago. I'm like, you know what? Screw it. I'm gonna go on there and throw some bombs out there tonight and get some questions answered for all of you out there in the decoding world. So let's hop right into it, man. I don't really have many announcements. I can say, let me go through and see how everybody is here. Christine, Tammy, how are you? Meme, what's up, Nigel? Carrie, Crypto Bear, Blue Sky, Anna. What's up, Bobby from New York? My man, Bobby, my fellow Aquarian. Jacob, what's up, my friend? Trying to feed the wolf. You don't have to try, brother. You constantly do that. Alex, nice to have you. Healer at Heart, nice to have you as well. D348, Daniel Yacobayan. I don't know if I pronounced that right. If I didn't apologize. If I didn't pronounce that right, my apologies. Salty Siren, nice to have you. Is this your first time here? Welcome out. The Eighth Gate, what's up? Christopher, nice to have you out here. Pac Z-Max. Oh, you got a question. Thank you for your participation. So if I'm named after my father, should I go with Junior and Gematria? You could do both. You could definitely do both. There'll be many ways to do it as well, because Junior, when you say it phonetically, you have to spell it out, Junior, but on your birth certificate, it'll be the JR. So, and remember, ladies and gentlemen, if you're decoding your name, you definitely want to decode through Francis Bacon and give that a whirl, and you want to do it with all capital letters and then reduce down with the number 52 until you get to 52 or below, and then you want to do it with just the first letter of each name capitalized. Give that a whirl as well. A history person, nice to have you. Adverse reactions, what's up? So all you great decoders, thanks for showing up here tonight. Like I said, I don't know what to expect because it's a holiday, not for everybody. And for me, I could care less. I never did celebrate any of this stuff. And look, I'm going to be very bold and say all this kind of stuff. I'm going to say this straight up, and this is my opinion. If you're celebrating the holidays, you're playing the game. Just going to say that. Whatever you want to do with it, it's up to you. Logan, what's your opinion on the number 56 and 73? Well, the 56 is tied to the element that has the 137, which is the 33rd prime number. It's also tied to the element zinc. In the mirroring position of that, the 56 is tied to the angle of light. And the 5 and the 6 is the throat and the third eye, these two right here. And that's why falling down into the hole, the light hole, is talking about these two right here. So it has a lot of significance. 73 is tied to King Tantalum in the Greek mythology. And the mirror of that is the 37. Ladies and gentlemen, when you find a number in your decoding world, always want to mirror that. I learned that from a guy named John Petrie, who's very, very intelligent. And I learned quite a bit of things from that guy, but he was all into mirroring numbers. And give credit where credit's due. That's where I found it from. And there's a lot of significance. And I don't use it a lot in my decoding, but there is a lot of significance to that. That 92 is the 29 and so on and so forth. So, storm the Capitol. Maybe. With Trump. Chris, Delisa, thanks, brother. What's up, Christine, from the great state of Washington? Great Saturn day to you as well. We're going to bleed right over into Sunday. Eddie Machete, nice to have you. I hope I pronounced your last name right. A history person, what does your Decanti card? The Decanti card is stuff I don't get into. It's more advanced. I think it's kind of really watered down, if you ask me. It's tied to one of your sun. It's tied to the sun and your sun card. The karma cards, on the other hand, is a completely different story. Now, if you go to 7 reflections and you type in your birthday, you're going to get probably most of you will get 5 cards. You're going to get your birth card. You're going to get your planetary ruling card. You're going to get your Decanti card. You're going to get your spirit card, which is your ruler card. That's your handler card, as I like to call it. And then you have your karma cards, your cousin cards. Now, for most of you, you're going to have 2 karma cards. The first karma card will be tied to your ego, your identity, your birth card, your life in the life spread. And that is going to be a giving karma card. You may end up finding somebody in your life who you attract that ends up giving you something. Or you may find some energy on that date attached to that card that you end up receiving something. And then you have a giving karma card, which is tied to your handler or your spirit card. The spirit card, just to remind all of you great decoders, is the voice in your head. That, in my opinion, as I want to stress that, in my opinion, the little voice in your head owns you. So start listening to it. Talk to it. Ask it what it wants. Give it thanks for directing you. It's not going to fail you. It owns you. And your handler card, like look at what's on the bottom this is my handler card right here. The King Clubs. This is what the little voice in my head, this is the card that runs my voice. And then beyond this one, you're going to have a karma card, and it'll be a card off to the side, and that will be a card that I end up giving to. Okay, so that's what that means. I hope that helps. David, nice to have you. Arizona in the house. Ryan, what's up? Double Helix. Jeff Morey, nice to have you. Yeah, so the big buzz is the new Facebook branding, the Meta, which is 14 in the Chaldean, which I think is, as most of you know now, it's the top dog cipher. But yeah, the Meta is the 14, and just the capstone, the letter M is the 13th letter, which is tied to gold. If you start studying the string of pi and how these numbers format in the string of pi. Gliz for man, nice to have you. For all of you, I don't use Instagram, okay? I use it very rarely, so if you've sent me any messages on there, I don't reply to that stuff. I have way too many outlets as it is. So if you want to send anything to me, just send me an email, decodeyourreality@gmail.com. But I want to be perfectly clear. I'm not engaging in personal endeavors and like you want to chit chat and so, like, I don't use it for that. I use it for readings, of course, to answer questions, to direct people. A lot of people want the graphics that I have made and have handed out to countless people. You know, the cards and the animal tarot and all this stuff. So if you want the graphics that I use, send me an email. But if you have something you want to share from decoding about yourself, and try to make it brief, and please don't expect for me to send you this long email back, and don't get offended if I don't, because email's my least favorite. because I get bombarded. You can imagine at this layer of my life and what I'm doing, it comes with the territory, but I'm getting bombarded by emails, and I have several email accounts, so it's very challenging. And it's not that I'm telling you don't send me those. I like using, I'm more about voice messages, but now I have to limit those because then I get people that just send me 5 or 6 or 10 minute voice messages, and I'm not saying anything negative or derogatory towards that. There are a few certain people that, that I work with one-on-one, and so there are exceptions, but if you're going to send me a message, please have some substance to it. Make it very quick and easy as much as you can. That's what I'm here for. I'm here to help all you guys. Trust me, I am. I'm going to be, and I wanted to let all of you know, since I'm talking about this space, I'm working on opening up one day a month, maybe more, where I dedicate a complete day to taking phone calls for an entire 8 hours. I'm going to probably limit the calls to 30 minutes each. And I'm going to put the calendar up, and when it gets filled, it gets filled. But I'm going to dedicate a day a month, if not more, to that, because I know a lot of you want to talk about things in your life. Maybe you want some coaching. Maybe you want to know how to do this with decoding. Maybe you want to know how to handle this situation or whatever. And I want to really help people. So I'm going to extend that very soon. And I will be letting all of you know when I'm going to be releasing that. But again, I want to make it perfectly clear, okay? I appreciate each and every one of you and all your emails, but I just cannot respond to daily chit chat kind of stuff and all that. If it's about decoding and what we're really here for, great. I'm all for it. Totally, I'm all for it. Okay, I just want to make that perfectly clear for everybody. All right. Okay. Syncretism. Yeah, so let's give some shout outs, shall we? Before we jump in, let's give some shout outs. Let's start with the Devil's Playground 2. Devil's Playground 2, a big, much love and shout out to Nigel, who's over in China, and Harry, who's in Southern California. Just did a podcast with those guys. We finally got together, and as fate would have it, it was podcast number 88, which is absolutely hilarious. It wasn't planned, by the way, folks. I didn't look. They didn't look. We didn't even mention it during the podcast. That's how nuts it is. And Harry and Nigel, if you're watching this, and those of you that are watching this, go look at the timestamp of that entire podcast that we did, which all of them are improv. Okay, if you add the time up, I think it was an hour and 22 minutes and whatever it was, but it adds up to the number 69. 69, which is yin yang. Just follows me around. 88 is yin yang. So anyway, ladies and gentlemen, I completely have succumbed to the fact that my life's scripted, and I am absolutely, totally fine with it. Okay. Can I explain the as above, so below of what's actually being celebrated on Halloween? Well, Halloween, you need to... Great question, Chris. Always go back and look at what these holidays are representing. It's tied to the church. It's tied to All Hallows Eve, which is why if you looked at the graphic that I had for what's your question number 22, I always have the cards on there. Well, I not always used to, but I've tried to line up all the cards for the exact day. So let me show you. And this is why I know our reality is scripted, because mankind would never get anything done. You would be sitting there trying to get everything right all the time to match them up, and you would never get anything done, and you wouldn't even enjoy life. But let me show all of you what that's tied to. Today's day anyway, okay? Today's day, which is All Hallows Eve, because it's the eve. Halloween is the 31st. But this right here is the card tied to today's date, if you're still on the November 30th date. And it's the 5 of Hearts. And it's tied, remember, it's tied to the All Hallows Eve, which is a pledge to all the passed on saints. And in the tarot, the devil cards. Here's the card. We did this last night, but here with Nigel and Harry. But here's the card. That's the 5 of Hearts. And look at what it is. It's like the mourning card. The mourning card right there. It's interesting that this is tied to the passing of all these saints. So anyway, what matters is not the as above with anything that happens here in Wonderland. It's all about the so below. And it's just my opinion, but if you're partaking in any holidays, you're playing the game. This is my personal, I wouldn't risk it. Now, a lot of you have kids, you're going to say, wow, there's nothing wrong with it. And so, okay, fine. First and foremost, I don't force anything. I strive very, very hard to say these are my truths and opinions. I, of course, back them up in my decodes. But I'm definitely, when it comes to this prison planet part 2 and showing perhaps the way out, it is a theory of mine. But if you use your logic and common sense, the holidays are celebrated by the majority of people on the world stage, but yet they don't even realize the customs and the origins of where they come from. Where they come from. And if you're unsure, then most definitely you should question whether or not you should be partaking. I know a lot of people, they're dressing up and, oh, it's fun, it's Halloween, it's up. But do you really know what you're doing? Is it worth it at this stage of the game? So for me, it's easy for me because I was raised the JW. That was one of the benefits now as an adult, is it's easier for me not to participate than it is for me to participate. So, okay. What are my thoughts? David's asking, what are my thoughts on free will? Well, we had discussed this a little bit last night in the podcast with Harry and Nigel. We mentioned it a little bit. And, a while ago, I may have alluded to the fact that we didn't have any free will. And I'm constantly changing my mind. I have to because I'm constantly researching, which kind of 86 is a lot of the information, or at least alters the information that I find. But I think we do have some free will. The free will that I think we do have is maybe coming on here tonight to gather together, choosing what kind of deck of cards you want to buy, choosing what beverage you want to drink, choosing what you're going to have for dinner, the shoes you're going to buy online, where you're going to go on vacation. Those are the limits that I feel are the part of free will. Beyond that, your script, we had mentioned this last night during our podcast, and I had said, and Harry and Nigel are in agreement. If you get off course with your script, something will come into your life to push you back on course. It may be a very violent push. Maybe you end up in the hospital, broken bones. You may end up losing your job, get fired, and maybe it was a setup. I don't know. Anything. People that you meet, all this stuff, it's all part of your script. So that's why I say now, just enjoy the ride. That's where it's at, enjoying the ride. But yes, predestination is what runs this reality. Now, I know that may be, for some of you, something very challenging to grasp, and especially the church will teach you, if you've been raised in any kind of religion or anything like that, a lot of them, that's off limits. As reincarnation, off limits. But clearly, when you see this reality, and what I have shown now in over 200 videos, showing these patterns, we're using multiple layers, pure math, sacred geometry, shapes, polygonal shapes, cards, occult stuff, and then bringing them all together, I'd put that up against anybody in a court of law presenting the case of predestination versus not. Because the majority of people that wouldn't agree with that are the Bible thumpers, are the people, and that's totally fine. I say it with all fun, because some of you still follow that book, and that's totally up to you. I think that's your free will. But anyways, I'm looking at your comments. Let's keep going. Halloween though with the tears. For me, it was easy, man. It still is easy. The majority of my life, no celebrations. It's been easy for me, just another day. But folks, there's got to be a point in your life where are you being a people pleaser, or are you doing things because you're going to get heat from people and you can't stand on your own 2 feet and stand up for yourself? And I'm just keeping it really raw, not trying to be an ass, but I'm saying, at what point do you really stand up and say, you know what? This is what I'm going to do. And if you don't like it, that's on you. Not my problem you don't like it. At what point do you draw that line? You're going to do it. You'll do it with some things in your life, but other things you'll bend. And I think that's what we have to stop doing, is bending and going with the flow, as they say. Should see what that equal. Go with the flow. Let's see what that is in let me see what that is in numerology. Hang on, folks. Go with the flow. Go with the flow. 64. See? It's tied to your DNA. Go with the flow means your DNA. Applehead Productions, nice to have you. When will the reptilians reveal themselves? Not a clue, my brother. May never. They may never. Don't know. Not sure. Kate King, nice to have you. All churches are compromised. Well, we're in the dark age, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know if any of you disagree with that. Hang on, let me adjust my chair. I don't know if every single one of you would disagree with me on that we're actually in the dark age. And we were talking about this on the podcast just yesterday. And it was about that. And it's not the same reality when you're in the dark age versus the golden age. You're in the freaking dark age, where you're in the Looney Tune bin. You're in a place of craziness. Folks, we are living in the zombie apocalypse. Right now you are. There are zombies walking around right now. It doesn't have to be the Walking Dead scenario on AMC. It doesn't have to be like that. You're living in a zombie apocalypse right now. That's how I see it. Hey, Dr. Savage in the house. Nice to have you. Ina Ash. Oh, you have the 7 birth card. That's the 33rd card in the deck. Yeah, you have the 7 of diamonds, and then your handler card is the 9 hearts card, and that forms 79, which is gold. And you have a very important birthday. If you like crypto, I'm hoping, here's a big shout out to my really good friend and beautiful soul, Jordan, over at Waters Above Crypto. Big shout out to him and his channel. If you're a fan of crypto, if you want to learn crypto, go over to his channel. I don't know if he's even doing classes now, but he still has his master class that you can sign up for. Folks, we are moving into crypto, okay? That's and if we're not, then this world's going to probably end and something massive will happen. So get with the program. Well, we're moving quantum. That's my take on it. Better off to have a little bit than have nothing at all and then get caught with your pants down and then they pull the plug. They already said, they've already told you on the world stage, there will be a cyber attack. They already said it. It's going to happen. And I would probably, and I don't want to get too much into the mainstream, but I would assume that when that happens, you will not have access, we will not have access to the accounts that you have right now. What will you do? What will you do? What if they shut that down? You're going to be scrambling. And that's when you make the worst decisions, is when you're scrambling. I'm just putting that out there. This is not about fear. This is about standing in your power, owning your shit, being the best version of yourself. That's what this means. That's what this whole Decode Your Reality channel is all about. That's what I have always been. I've been a healer since I can remember. And I do it because I know it's my code and I'm supposed to do it. What's your code? What are you supposed to do? Some of you don't know, but it's coming around. That's why you're here on this channel, because you're intrigued at what makes you tick. Why you do the things you do. Why? Carrie, you with me all the way? Oh, thanks, Carrie. Appreciate it. Are we surrounded by ice? Maybe. I don't know. See, these things are theories. So when people talk about the ice wall being surrounding the entire earth, how are you to prove that? No, unless you've been there, it's an opinion. Not saying it's not correct, but personally, I'm what I can prove. And then there's some theories sprinkled in with what I've tried to prove. And I say try because that's the best I can do. So yeah, much love to my friend Jordan, man. He's such a he's such a gift. He's great at what he does. So big shout out to them. And then can't forget, of course, the Syncretism Society. The Syncretism Society, where you have Santos, Bonacci, Danny, Anne-Marie, Sarah, Ricardo. Some of these people you probably don't know, but they are part of the society. All the instructors, I haven't met the majority of them because they're all not here. It's all online. But some great instructors at the Syncretism Society. Big shout out to them. I'm an instructor there, you know. And they have amazing layers to making an improvement in your life. And again, ladies and gentlemen, I've been on there as an instructor, and I had said with my first video, none of us can agree upon everything that we individually believe in. It's not possible. But that doesn't stop us, because we, as part of the Syncretism Society, as part of Decode Your Reality, as part of whatever groups, Devil's Playground and Waters Above Crypto and all these, whatever group you're involved in, folks, we're after the same thing. That's what's the most important takeaway from all this. How we get there is not probably going to be the same way, but we're after the same thing. And I want people to remember that. And you know, a big shout out again to Jordan. You know, listen, I've adopted this. He was the one who kind of initiated it, but I want to share it with all of you in case you missed it. And if you can stand in this reality about what I'm about to tell you, your life will become so much better. Okay? And that is the statement, love, which I know all of you believe in. Love is allowing. Let me say that again. Love is allowing. So what would that look like? Well, let's take relationships, for example. Those of you that have partners, husbands and wives, I will bet the majority of your arguments are because you're trying to be right and prove them wrong, or they're trying to be right and prove you wrong. You don't like the way they do a certain thing. They don't like the way you do a certain thing. And there's that resistance. And to me, when I see it, because I've done a lot of coaching with relationships over the years, a lot. People don't allow their partners to be their partners. That's just how it is. I don't like the way you do that. Why do you got to do that? Why you got to talk that way? Like, you got to have the basics. You got to have respect and consideration, compassion. All that stuff is definitely needs to be taken in consideration. But if you're going to be a certain way and you're that way, then your partner should accept you for that way. Otherwise, don't get in a relationship. Love is allowing, folks. And I think that is why suffering is allowed down here. Because the game just gets thrown out onto the board and has a certain time limit. And when the time limit expires, the game resets. Everything's allowed to just happen. That's why suffering is allowed. That's my take on it. Love is allowing, folks. Love is allowing. Allow people to be themselves. Allow people to do what they got to do. It's not your job to heal anybody. It's not your job to wake anybody up. It's not your responsibility to do this kind of stuff. Stop trying to do it. You're just going to get frustrated. We're living in a zombie apocalypse. Just observe the reality. It's a comical joke. It's a joke. Laugh more about it. It's ridiculous. What's going on right now is like, I know it's serious, right? Some of you are involved. It's serious. You got a lot of issues going on, but find any which way you can to detach from that stuff. Start your own movie. And as one of my mentors, Bob Proctor, he said, most people are not even the star in their own movie. They're a freaking extra in their own movie. How about you? Are you the star in your own movie? Ask yourself that question. At what point are you going to stop being an extra? When are you going to become the star of your own movie? And forget about what people think of you, how you're going to look in front, because life's about looking good. We all know that. Let people do what they got to do. Stop trying to force your beliefs on people. We're all guilty of it, myself included. That's our natural programming, is to try to, it's our identity trying to prove somebody else's identity wrong. That's the human being experience. If you don't agree with somebody, you'll do it. Not all of you, but we are programmed to do whatever it takes to prove them wrong. And then you'll get irritated. Love is allowing, folks. It's allowing. So, whatever you are giving attention to in your life, that's what's going to keep coming back. That's what's going to keep serving you. It's reciprocal. That's why I have made a career now out of decoding. Because all the time, folks, that's all I do. All I do is primarily decode, do readings, study myself. I'm in the habit of doing that. So what has been the result of the cause of that? I have a Decode Your Reality channel, all organic, no marketing. I don't monetize it. I make no money from that. I put my guts and glory into it. Why do I do it? Because it's my code. I'm supposed to. I feel comfortable doing it. I feel normal. I feel happy. I feel joyful. And that's what I want for all of you to have. So if you're in a partnership, the best thing you can do is let your partner do what the hell they got to do. Even if some of you got partners out there that are going to go get that you know what, and you're all mad and pissed off, and folks, you trying to control the situation is going to get you frustrated. Can't do it. You are not the keeper of those people. The only person you are the keeper of is you. That's it. Even your children, when they go off to school, you think they're not doing things, and you think they're just coming home and telling you everything about their life? Come on. You didn't do that growing up. Why would you think your children are going to be goody two-shoes all the time and tell you everything about what they're doing at school or with their friends? Come on, it's called life, folks. Sure, you can be a good guardian and a parent and guide them and teach them and be the example. Anyway, I'm getting kind of going on a rant here. My shirt keeps changing shades of red. It's probably the lighting in here. But yeah, this is my Watchers shirt. Big shout out to my sponsor, thehealersproject.com. This is their shirt. I made this logo, but I'm just kind of a fan of that whole Watcher story. I think it's kind of cool. Aaron's energy. Yeah, folks, we're not here to fix jack shit except for yourself. Unless you get hired to, hey, come in and my business is failing. Or, hey, can I hire you to do my books? Or, hey, can I hire you? My garden is overgrowing. Can you come and till my garden? That's different. You know, I learned a valuable lesson. I read a lot of books in the personal development area, and one of my favorite authors is Stuart Wilde. Maybe some of you have heard. Great author. He's passed on some great books. The 33 Steps in Infinite Self is a great book. If you want to read a great book, it's called Infinite Self by Stuart Wilde, Wilde. And he says, one of the great pieces I took from that, only go and do things that people call upon you. Don't be going and running around, hey, I don't think you should do that because, I heard about this and nobody asked you. So I learned, and I'm being comical, folks. So you got to have fun with this, right? I'm trying to be serious but fun at the same time. Act when people ask you to act. Going out there and telling people what they should or shouldn't be doing, you're going to get frustrated. Just do you. Become the best little devil you can be down here. That's it. Okay? We're all little devils. Okay? We're devils. In my readings, I primarily do a large chunk of it with astrology. Astrology is a round wheel. In the middle of it is a round circle. That's the black sun. If you look in the mirror tonight, go look in the mirror, go look at yourself. Tell yourself, hey, I love you. When's the last time you did that? When's the last time you looked in the mirror and said, you know what, I love you. Logan, I love you. Can you go do that and feel comfortable doing that? Some of you can't. But anyway, look in the mirror, look at the black dots in your eyes. Guess that's the black sun. You're the devil, folks. Be the best little devil you can be down here. It's totally fine. You were born into this crazy loony bin world. Yeah, be your own Kate King. Perfect. Be your own hero. Awesome. I love it. I love it. Haven is asking, why don't you believe we can change our script? Do you have evidence to show it's set in stone? Yeah, I have over 200 videos now outlining and decoding people, places, and things. From superstars to plain Jane people. Showing and supporting that this life is predestined. So I know some of you're like, oh, I'm going to change my script. That's the voice in your head telling you that. But you should follow it. Life's a big contradiction, folks. It's a contradiction. So Haven, if I were to go to a court of law and go with that, like, okay, we're going to court and the evidence I have to present is to show that we have a script to follow, I would bring my stuff. And I have yet to see anybody show me any information or support to show that their life is completely free and they can do whatever they want. I haven't seen anybody show it since I've been doing this research for years now. Not one person. Now, I'm not bragging. I'm not looking for a pat on the back, a trophy. I'm not looking for handouts. I'm after the truth, folks. I'm after the way this reality works. That's what I'm after. And so far, it's scripted. And it's not scripted by man. That's why the people that are decoding sports and they're decoding movies and they're decoding the mainstream news and they're seeing the same patterns. What do you think? They're all in on it? You think they're all in this big conspiracy? All the sports players, they're all in on it to make all these things happen. Come on, folks. That's not possible. That's not logic and common sense thinking. I've decoded so many sports and there's so many other people involved. Everybody have to be in on it to make sure that the game goes the way it's supposed to go. Now, I could see, and then you'd even say, well, the umpire threw the game, so he was in on it. Yeah, well, his little voice in his head, he was in on it. Yeah, because the voice told him to do it. And then maybe they joined and came together as a group, but they're being controlled. It's all a Ponzi scheme. Love is high vibration. Love is free flowing. Yeah. All great stuff. Curly Q, nice to have you. Jeep Sahara, nice to have you. Yeah. Joe Ammo, I'm so happy and grateful now. Money coming. Folks, if you, right now at this current moment, if your financial status is not where you want it to be, then just own that. Sit with that idea. Go for a long walk. Go for a state of meditation. Go out in nature and go talk to that idea. Like, why am I not financially stable? Why am I not financially free? And then decide you're going to be that. And then you can't just expect it to come to you. You got to take action. Now, I've been giving this out throughout many different broadcasts, and I'm going to give it out again. The very best person on the world stage teaching you how to change your mindset to flow with the currency of being born rich is Bob Proctor, who is in The Secret. So if you want to increase your finances on the world stage, there's nothing wrong with that. You're entitled to it. He'll tell you that. But you got to change the way your mind thinks. You have to really upend your life. You really, really do. Like that old state, I have it on my website. To change your life, you have to change your life. That's not a play on words. That's to change your life, you have to change your life. So some of you that want to increase your finances, first and foremost, you got to decide what it is that you're here to do. That's why decoding yourself, bar none, is the most important thing. Anybody on the world stage, there are people that make millions of dollars and they hate themselves because they're not living out their true purpose. Sure, you can become really good at earning money. It doesn't mean you're going to wake up and be extremely ecstatic about living life. You see, the true key of having the best life possible is discovering who you are and why you're here. Then you can go do what you wake up and like, I can't wait to start my day. That's where all of you should be. If you're not there, awesome. At least you know you're not there. Own that space. Stop hiding and running from it. And then do what it takes to get to that space. Go for long walks. Sit with those ideas. What do I really want to do in my life? And then you got to decode yourself, because your astrology chart will tell you what you're built for. Your cards will tell you what you're built for. Your life path, your soul contract will tell you what you're built for. They'll all come together. Human design, personality types. If you don't know what your personality type is, folks, go take the test. It's free. And then study that personality type. What are you good at? What do you feel good at? And then do what it takes to slowly chip away at getting to that lifestyle. That's how I teach, through how I've been doing it for years. And I've been a student of it. Been in personal development for decades now. And it's part of my script. Taking action is the hardest part. If you see, that's the thing, folks, is that, see, Are we in the habit of just saying these things? And remember, everything we say is a magic spell. So almighty OG, thank you for that comment. And I'm not here to correct you. I'm not trying to be politically correct here. But when we say taking action is the hardest part, is that what you believe? And when you adopt that belief, you end up bringing it into your biofield, and then you will live through. God, it's so hard to take action. So rather than saying it, don't say it at all. Stop speaking the spells. A lot of it is in the words that we speak. And why do we say the things that we say? We're in the habit of doing it. Why do people celebrate the holidays? You're in the habit of doing it. That's why. Why are we having a zombie apocalypse? People are in the habit of doing it. People are in the habit of having, they'd rather have the things created. This is Neville Goddard saying this, the great philosopher. He said people would rather have the things created than the power to create. How true is that? Zombie apocalypse. Can our thinking bypass the script? No, I don't think so. I think you have a script. You must follow the script. I think you can have some leeway in there. Like I said, you may be able to go get another position, own a company or something like that. That may be a part of your free will. So there is some joy in that kind of stuff, but you have a script to do. Folks, I'm just telling you, okay, from experience. I'm not telling you because I pulled this out of my ass, okay? I'm not telling you because I read it in a book. I'm not telling you because somebody told me. I'm telling you from experience, from not only decoding myself, and I'm just me. No one knows who the hell I am. I got 12,000 followers on YouTube. Do you think anybody knows who I am? No. Just 12,000 people do. That's it. That's so minute. But yet my life's scripted. And I've proven it over and over. Folks, I could show you stuff that would, if I sat with each and every one of you, if I could have all of you here inside my casita, and I would show you all the layers, I would blow your mind and show you how it is absolutely undeniable. And the people that are coming around that are decoding themselves, they're finding the same thing. So then you got to ask, well, okay, well, now what? Just let go. Go, listen, folks. If you find your code and your script and you blend that into what it is that's going to make you happy waking up every day, folks, you will love your life. That's the true essence of living. I'm the perfect example, folks. I make my own schedule. I'm my own boss. I travel the world. I have a lot of great friends now in the decoding world that I can go anywhere in the world. I could stop. I have friends everywhere, all around the world. Now that may not be for you, but folks, I wake up every day. I'm 2 blocks from the beach. I decided to do that. That's free will, I think, but I'm supposed to be here. So how do you wrap your mind around that? So when I say, yeah, well, I decided to come to Mexico, and I decided to come to Mexico, and I decided to get this place 2 blocks from the beach, and then I've done decodes on this place that I live at right here and showing the significance. I could show you the address, breaking it down. Folks, I was supposed to come here. So do I have free will? At what point do we draw the line? Just decode your life and then just let go. And then just figure out why you're supposed to be doing the things you're doing, and then let go of everybody else. A lot of people are too invested in other people's lives. You know why? Because it takes all the pressure off them. Because they don't like their life. So if you don't like your life, you'll go ahead and you'll put it on somebody else. Take all the pressure off you, all the focus. Why are we seeing, and I know there's exceptions, but why are we seeing all these avatars on Facebook? People are not even showing themselves. Why not? I'll tell you why. And this is my opinion. People don't love themselves. They're not satisfied with the way their demeanor is. They're not confident in their lives. And there's a lot of factors involved with that. But why are people hiding behind this and that? Why not show yourself? Why? And you know what somebody say? Well, I just don't like showing myself. Come on, that's a bunch of crap. That's all BS, man. Really, what's the reason? Something happened when you were a kid or growing up, or maybe your parents told you weren't good enough, or your friend told you weren't good enough, or you don't like the way you look. So go do something about it. Become the best version of yourself, man. That's your job. That's the only job you have, is to become the very best that you can be and level up in life. Forget about the static that's waiting to suck you dry. Forget Mr. Smith. He'd love to have you back in the Matrix. And it's a fine line. So let that shit go. It doesn't deserve your attention. What does deserve your attention is the voice in your head, and then realizing what's going to make me wake up and say, I cannot wait to start my day. I can't wait. That's where all of you should be. All of you, right here, right now, is that moment of waking up, having a great night's sleep, no insomnia, none of that, everything just washed away. I'm not saying life's going to become peachy keen, you're not going to have issues and challenges, but I'm saying is that you deserve to wake up in a position of, oh my God, I can't wait to start today. Today's going to be an amazing day. I'm going to go get healthy. I'm going to just raise the bar on myself. I'm going to raise my frequency. I'm going to become the powerhouse that I am born to be. And I'm going to make a full day out of today. But that's not what happens for the majority of people. They're too busy focusing on the static out in the world. That's what's got them sucked in, is the static. Worried about what Aunt Jemima's going to do. Worrying about what Cousin Joe's going to do. Worrying about, my brother who's going to go do, I get all that, folks, but that's not your responsibility. Life is a solo journey. No matter how close you are to your family, life is a solo journey. Okay. Jane L., I said there was exceptions, my dear. Okay? There are exceptions. I'm saying the majority. There are exceptions. Almighty. So if you're saying everything is scripted, I didn't say everything in this reality is scripted. I said life is scripted. Life is scripted. Is watching this in the script for you? Maybe. Maybe you got pushed to watch this. Why are you here? Those of you that are following that question, why are you joining in right now? You're curious. What are you here for? The little voice in your head told you to log on. See, folks, at what point did you decide to come on here? When did you say, oh, Logan's live. Oh, cool. I'm going to go on there. Why did you come on here? You could be anywhere tonight, but you're here. Because you know why? Because the little voice in your head told you to do it. And you did it. Otherwise, you wouldn't be here, folks. Just, Aaron's energy. Accept who you are. Embrace it. Absolutely. Gallons, human, what does that mean? Well, we're all light being slowed down into physical matter, and that's where you get the human. So when you look at the light spectrum, I'm going to be coming out with a decode. That's a great question. I have a decode coming out on the light spectrum entangled with the air that we breathe, which is nitrogen, primarily nitrogen and oxygen, which is the number 7 and 8. pH balance on the alkaline acid scale is 7.365. Your blood is around 7.3 to 7.4. If it deviates away from those areas, you will die. That's how critical it is. So the light spectrum is where it's all at. Light enters into the eye. We were talking about this last night on the podcast with Nigel and Harry. Light enters into the eye. If you study the light spectrum, the first color that is entering in is going to be a yellowish color. Naturally, the sun, right? And then it splits. And then you have your green twin situation. Let's see. Scripts exist for sure, but people still want to know if they can use things like law of attraction to attract things they want, or if it's a futile endeavor versus a script. No, as I mentioned to you, and I'll say this very clearly, folks, okay? I studied law of attraction. That's actually what got me started on my journey. If I had an awakening moment, it was watching the movie The Secret, and then I read all the books and beyond what Rhonda Byrne's read to make her movie The Secret. I got involved with Bob Proctor. He became one of my mentors. Born Rich became something that was a huge major contributing factor to my life and my success to this day. And I involve personal development with the mystical arts. So definitely, if you believe in the law of attraction and like attracts like, and you know, when you start speaking your spells, you're going to get them all back. Absolutely, folks. But again, what's causing your voice in your head? What's the engine that drives that? That's the question of all questions. The little voice in your head that's talking right now, that runs you. What's the cause of that? What's the root source of that? Where does it come from? You can't shut it off. And the people say, oh, I can meditate and, you know, I can focus on my breath. Yeah, but you see, you focusing on your breath is navigating your mind to think about focusing on your breath, so you're still thinking. It's not possible to not think. You have to think about something just to not think. So it's a big contradiction. So it's the voice that runs. That's why you're here right now. The voice told you to log on. And something's keeping you here. And again, folks, these are my opinions. I'm not saying they're going to be true for you. I'm very passionate about what I do. And I do this, you know, countlessly to deliver to all of you folks. All I do is research. Okay, I'm spewing out. I don't even know. I have years and years and years of research. I've sacrificed so much. I've burned bridges because of the sacrifices I've had to make, and I've had to mend those bridges back because of my dedication to finding out the machinations of how this reality works. And what you're seeing right now is the result of all that. If you don't like what you see, I found this meme, and it says, a rich man digs for truth, and a poor man complains about what he might find. Think about that. A rich man digs for truth. A poor man complains about what he might find. See, life's not just all hunky-dory. You will get old one day. You will start to suffer more and more. Is that fair? No, it's called life. And it's your emotions. And your emotions feed this reality. And then this reality needs players. You're a player. Ready Player One? You're a player playing the game. Garden plants. I get asked this a lot about, hey, I'm seeing this number. I'm seeing 1111. I'm seeing 44. I'm seeing 222. So you're asking me 55. Folks, it's way too challenging for me to give you an answer and provide you an answer that I would feel comfortable giving you. Because there's no set way to tell you on why you're seeing these patterns. The only thing I can tell you is start to keep track of these patterns that you're seeing. Log them in your phone. What time are you seeing them at? Where are you seeing them at? What kind of deliverance are you getting to see these numbers? And then, as I mentioned to you, you see the foundation of everything is you. You must decode yourself. That's what I've got so many free videos now. How to decode yourself. It's an hour long, hour and 5 minutes long. Have all of you watched it? Have all of you sat through it and decoded all the layers that I gave you? There was 10 different ways you can decode yourself. It's interesting because I'm all about repetition. You want to talk about personal development and, really getting into what makes somebody really good? Repetition. So I'll go to somebody and somebody like, so interesting. Here's the buzz in astrology. And this is like more advanced, right? People that know astrology. What's your rising sign? And then you'll tell them, my sun's in Capricorn and my moon's in Leo. And okay, great. Well, why don't you tell me about that? What does it mean to have your moon in Leo? 9 out of 10 times, the majority of people that throw these, and I'm not poking fun at any of you that do that, okay? I'm having fun with this. So this is comedy now, okay? This is my dry humor. But if you cannot tell me what Leo moon means, you haven't owned that space. You can say, oh yeah, I have a Leo moon. What does that mean? What house is it in? What degree is it at? What is the default chart telling you? How about your Vedic system, the nakshatras and the stars? How about those? What is your Rahu and Ketu? Those are really big. Rahu and Ketu. Where are those at? Tell me about that. Tell me about your Rahu. That runs so much of your life. Your North Node. Folks, these are tried and true systems that rule over us. It is literally like you're the car, and in the glove box is the owner's manual. The owner's manual is astrology, numerology, human design, Enneagram, personality type, color personality. There's so many more. Your tarot, your cards of illumination. These are your owner's manuals. And sadly, most people don't know their owner's manual. It's like they get in the car, they'd just be fiddling around with the buttons. They don't know they don't even turn the AC on. They don't know how to turn the windshield wiper. Imagine getting in the car and it's pouring rain out and you can't figure out how to turn the windshield wipers on. That's how some people live their lives. That's exactly how some people live their lives. Their life's so messed up because they're so fixated on living life through somebody else's eyes or worried about too much static in the world, and they're not even paying any attention to leveling up and becoming the best version of themselves. They don't care. It's just that's the zombie apocalypse we're living in right now. Folks, I week after week, I keep hammer. How much time do you spend on decoding your life? Most people they don't invest anything. And I'm like, well, it's the most important thing to do. And yet majority of people, no, not interested. Okay. It's coming around, folks. We're in the age of Aquarius. Is I know thyself. That's the age that we're moving into. If you don't know yourself, you're going to be lost. That's what I believe anyway. Everything is written in the stars. As above, so below. As above, so below is the number 58. The number 58 is tied to the word puppet master. I've been showing this over and over. Remote control, all that stuff. Some of you are catching on. It's great to see. And again, folks, am I the end all for the truth of everything? In my world, I am. And you should be the end all in your world. So go seek out what it is you're looking for. That's why you're here. You ain't here for the comments. You're here to learn and become a better person. That's why all of you are here. That's what the voice in your head owns you. It told you to come here. And Logan's on. I'm going to go to, maybe someone's in the chat box that you know. But your voice told you to come on here. That should tell you. That should tell you. Miriam, nice to have you. INFJs are the most rare out of all the personalities. INFJ are the most rare. Not surprised with you, Miriam, but you're introvert dominant feeler. And yes, that's a great question, Miriam. And for those of you, please take heed of this. Please, here, I'm going to do all of you a favor. Those of you that have not taken the personality type test, I'm going to put it in the comments. Just 1 second here. Please do yourself a favor. Take the test. It's 64 questions. It's easy to take. Don't overthink it. Just take it. Okay? Here it is. There it is. There it is. I got to stick it. Actually, I'm going to stick it. I'm going to pin it to the top. Let me pin it to the top. There, I've pinned it to the very top of the chat. Okay? Can't miss it. Please take the test. When you get your results, you're going to get an I or an E as the first letter. I means introvert, E means extrovert. Dominant. You're going to be both. If you're like Miriam, you're INFJ, you want to read from the ENFJ as well. Because there's going to be characteristics about the ENFJ that's going to play out in your life. So when you get your type, just read both sides. Read the I and then read the E. Okay? But please, take the test. It's so spot on when you read it. And then own that space. Repetition. Read it. Read it every day for the next month. That's a great suggestion to all of you. Read your personality type every single day for a month. And you'll be like, well, why do I got to do that? Well, how bad do you want it? How bad do you want to become your code? How bad do you want to level up in life? That's your code. A lot of people say they're afraid to decode themselves. Something happened, in my opinion, the majority of people saying that, something happened to them when they were a child probably, and that is the very reason why they're saying something happened in their past that is causing them to say they're afraid to decode themselves. But again, it's not our jobs, or it's not my, I suggest things to all of you, and I will continue to be passionate about this. I will put my heart and soul into all these podcasts and all my decodes. I'm going to continue to do what I'm doing. But I'm not forcing anything upon you. I will be very rigid in my beliefs, of course, just like all of you are. But I'm not going to force it. I'm not going to force it. But I'll definitely give it to you raw. If you're not doing it, why are you living? You're not here to just collect space. Human, can you talk more about the North and South Node? Yes, of course. The North Node and the South Node, otherwise known as the dragon's head and the dragon's tail. In your Western or tropical astrology chart, you will have what's called your North Node. You will not have a South Node in there, but it's always the opposite house of the North Node. And when you study the rules of astrology through the tropical, you're typically going to find astrologers that will tell you that your past life was in your dragon's tail. So if you have a North Node, let's say in the 4th house, in the sign of Cancer, by default, it may not be Cancer as where your position is, then the dragon's tail, the South Node, is going to be in the opposite house, which is number 10, which is ruled over by Capricorn. Let me just check my music here, folks. I think my music ended. Okay. So the North Node is the dragon's head. I'm a huge Vedic astrologer, even though I love the Western and I primarily do my readings with Western. But I'm big into the Nakshakras and I'm big into Rahu and Ketu. If there's just one thing about your astrology, just one, I would suggest you look at your Rahu and Ketu placement. And you can go to this website. I like astro-seek.com. Here, I'm gonna actually put it inside. Let me just pull it up for all of you. Astro-seek.com. I'm going to put this in the comments section as well. And you're looking for the sidereal, which is even more different than the Vedic itself. Sometimes the Vedic is a little different than even the sidereal. They call it the sidereal. But here it is. Just type in your birthday there and your parameters. And look, find out where you're at the very, very bottom of your chart. You'll have the legend, and it'll tell you what nakshatra. You got to click on the nakshatras, the category, but you can find out where your Rahu is beyond just the house and the zodiac sign that it's in. That Rahu is going to run you ragged unless you figure out what the hell it's going to do to you. That's the North Node, the dragon's head. So you have Rahu and Ketu, North Node, South Node, and the tropical, Western. 2 different systems. Both of them have a lot of merit. Both are important. One is not more important than the other, in my opinion. Personally, ladies and gentlemen, I like the Vedic. I like both. I think both of them have a lot of accuracy to them. My system that I've built called Life Coding takes all the nonsense, takes all the questioning out of anything. It shows you how to do all the systems. And I'm going to be coming out with that beyond how to decode yourself. This upcoming video is going to be an instructional video. I am going to be charging for this one. It's not going to be a lot of money, but it will be valuable information. And there has to be some kind of exchange. And so the voice in my head told me this one's going to be a little different. It's going to be a lot of step by step. I'm going to show you with all the graphics, all the great stuff that I've been doing on how to break all this stuff down. And then the chakras are a huge component of that. Rahu and Ketu are a huge component of that. Folks, it's limitless. If you're somebody who is here who loves to do research, if you're somebody here who loves to decode yourself, well, once you finally get down how to decode yourself, then you can move on to your partner. Whoa, how cool is that? Some of you don't really know your partner, and your partner may not even know who they really are. Because, folks, if you really look at our reality and how we're all raised, all of us had parents. The parents did the best they could if you had good parents. But remember, the majority, if not all of our parents, had a different code, different birth time, different birth sign, different planet placements, different cards, and then they taught you growing up the programming of their reality through their layers, which is not yours. So then it gets just confusing. You see, now we're not doing that. You see, if you got kids, it's the best time. Those of you that have kids, you should be sitting. If I had a child right now, if I had a kid, look, man, I'm an outdoorsman. I have sports. That's all fine and dandy. But every weekend, your ass is going to be sitting down, and we're going to be breaking down all your charts every week. Repetition. I want you to become the very best version of yourself. That's how you build a successful child. Is off their owner's manual, not your owner's manual. You're raising your children off your owner's manual. It's not theirs. Majority of you, your children are not born on the same day as you. So you're teaching them your owner's manual. It's not theirs. I'm not trying to tell you how to raise your children, but I'm simply saying facts here that your child has a different code than you, but yet you're raising your child with your code. And a lot of what your code is was given to you by your parents, and that's not even your code. That's the big joke. So it just gets so watered down and so this melting pot. And we get a lot of chaos in our world because people aren't taught the true essence of what it's like to be a mystic. All right. Rahu and Ketu, what does it mean if they're identical? They won't be identical. They're always going to be opposites of one another. Rahu and Ketu, Salty Siren. What does Ace Diamonds July 14th? Here, those of you that are interested, those of you that are new here, welcome out. And I'm going to put into the text box the website of my friend Sharon, who's been reading the cards for decades. I'm going to put in the main website used to pull up your card. There it is. I don't know if I can pin this, but let me see if I can. All right, let me replace it. Those of you that haven't done the personality type, I'm going to replace it now, but please take into consideration doing the personality type. I've pinned at the top of this chat box the website to link to your birth card. Please go check out your birth card. It'll tell you exactly who you are and why you're here to a 90 to a 95% accuracy rate. And this is a lady who doesn't even know you, by the way, but she's tapped into the code. She's written about the card. She's got 5 books out on the world stage. Knows what she's talking about. Yeah, Christine, that's awesome. You got a portion of your Akashic Records read. That's awesome. Nice to have you, 432. So Anna's asked, North Node and Aquarius. Go put those keywords into your favorite search engine, North Node and Aquarius. And then you got to figure out what house it's in, and then type in North Node in the 8th house, let's say. So you have 2 ways to observe your North Node. Number 1, what house is it in? My North Node's in the 5th house. Okay, go type those keywords into Google. You're going to find millions of results. You will never get through all of them. Start reading about it. Then, what zodiac sign is hovering over that house? Well, in your case, you have the North Node in Aquarius. Great. Copy and paste North Node in Aquarius into your favorite search engine, and then go read about what it means to have North Node in Aquarius. To me, it comes down to the house it's in, not necessarily the zodiac sign. You make it seem so real. This should be common knowledge. Well, it's coming around, folks, because in the age of Aquarius, it's all about I know thyself. There are no more secrets. There will be no more secret societies. Those are, I feel they're going to be dissolved. Because if we are moving, I say this is a big if we're moving into the golden age, think about this, okay? We were talking about this last night on the podcast with Harry and Nigel, and I had said that when I decoded Prison Planet Part 2, and I realized that I felt that I was born to part of my code was to deliver to the world perhaps how to exit the game, how to win the game, a portion of it anyway. I realized at that moment that, like, man, now I can leave. But it's like, we were talking about this last night, you're in the dark age right now. It's pretty nuts here. Okay, so you leave this place. A lot of you say you're not coming back, but that's not even proven. That's just an opinion, a theory of yours, and maybe it's true. Maybe you're going to have that choice to be like, this is it for me, I'm not coming back. But what if you get to the next layer of life beyond the physical avatar? And then you're given a choice again, and you're looking down. I'm just giving this as an analogy. I'm not saying heaven is real, but I'm saying imagine you're up in heaven, and you're looking down, and Earth goes through this transformation, and it starts to move into the golden age, where you start to use telekinetic powers, where you can regenerate and heal instantly. There's no more suffering. And you had the option, like, do you want to go back? See, folks, the only thing that we know is suffering. We all experience that. The only thing we know is the loony bin that we're in, and the crazy lunatics. And they're just doing their job, by the way. Like them or not. Part of the game. But all that stuff gets removed. And you're looking down and you're like, wow, maybe I do want to give it another try. That was pretty cool growing up and being a kid and having all those great experiences. If you had a good childhood. Maybe you didn't. And you're like, I didn't have a good one, but now I can see we're in the golden age. And there's no suffering. There's no like crazy loonies around me. I'm not going to have an alcoholic parent. I'm not going to get beaten on. And at that point, you'd be given that choice. What would you take? And you may not even have a choice, by the way. These are all theories that can't be proven, of course. It's just fun to talk about. And we just have to be open to all this kind of stuff. But what if? The golden age is what we're moving into. And the rejoicing that everybody here, because I know all of you're here because you want to make a difference in the world. And that means you work for the golden age. Like, you're all for it. So now the golden age gets here. Now what? Now what are you going to do? Right? Completely different scenario. And that's how I feel what will happen is we will get the knowledge, and the knowledge becomes so rampant and so large, we start to be able to use telekinetic powers that have been suppressed. Telekinetic powers don't work in the Dark Age. But in the Golden Age, if you think about how those two ages work, opposite ends of the spectrum. So now the things that we couldn't do, the limitations, those are gone. Changes the whole scope of the game. So, all right. So a lot of you put in North Node, Aaron's energy, North Node in Libra in the 12th house. Great. Go. I can't, it's better if you go, you're going to have a million results on North Node in Libra, North Node in the 12th house. Okay. But you're going to get much more satisfaction by doing the research in these layers of what you're putting out there. Okay. All right. Brock McDonald, what's my life path? 26 is my life path, which is an 8, but it's a 26. What's up, Ethan? It's another great decoding mind. Ethan Rucker in the house. Nice to have you, brother. I did get your email. There's a great decoder right there. His name's Ethan Rucker. Smart as a whip. Great person to feed information back and forth to. So yeah, Anna, if you have North Node in Aquarius, it's in the second house, then go type in North Node in the second house. There's a really good astrologer, and again, I'm just, for time's sake, there's a really good astrologer. Her name's Karen Black. And so if you type in North Node in the second house, whatever your North Node is in, if you have North Node in the 5th house, North Node in the 7th house, North Node in the second house, if you type that in and you click on to your search, in Google anyway, you're going to find a lady named Karen M. Black. And she's pretty informative. She'll tell you about your karma and the opposite houses, and to appreciate those houses that you once lived through, and then to also live in gratitude. And she's a pretty special lady, so you may want to check her out. Appreciate you too, David. What's up, Lena? The great Lena Labonte in the house. There's another powerful individual. Remembering. Yeah, see, that's a really interesting word. Remember. So now we get into phonetics and magical spells. And that word redo, repent, repeat, remember. There was a great movie called The Bourne series, Jason Bourne, and that movie was all about Operation Treadstone and losing our memory and then trying to find it again. That movie was based upon that concept. And is that possible? That we redo everything, repeat, redo, relive. That that is tied to the number 23. Re is a 185 in numerology English, and the 18 plus 5 is 23. 23 is the crown, which is the pineal gland. History, blood, all 23. 23 is tied to the word remember, redo, repeat. So is that what happens in this reality? Can't rule it out. I know some of you are going to be completely dead set against this theory, but it is very possible that we never get out of this. It just loops and loops and loops and loops and loops. And that's it. There's a show on Netflix called Dark. That's what they talked about. And we can't rule it out. That's why All we can really do right now is become the best little devil that we are here. And let's talk about this theory. Let's say, theoretically, not saying it's true, let's say that we never get out of this game. We just change avatars. Okay? Let's say that's the truth. Then the very best thing that you can do is to become the best little devil you can be down here. Know yourself. Know thyself. Know your code. Go out and live the code that you were born to be. And maybe, just maybe, you will check off the list and you will level up. And when you come back, you'll come back a better card. You'll come back a higher frequency, more knowledgeable. The remembering part won't be as suppressive for you or limited. You know, I often wonder this. I use this as an example for this exact topic of conversation. This card right here, this is tied to Tom Brady, the quarterback for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, who's got a record 7 Super Bowl rings. The artist formerly known as Prince, who's passed on. Michael Jackson, the former Vice President Pence. They all have this card as their birth card, or had. And I often wonder, this card right here, by the way, 10 diamonds, is a card called Fortunate Blessings. Now, not everybody is going to fall into this category, because some people have this and their life is not financially abundant. I'm talking about the people that we observe that are. Why did they get this? Why did they get this? Card 36. Why did they get this? Why? Why? Well, maybe, just maybe, in their past life, they leveled up. They checked off the list, the things necessary to then get born into this card right here and become this card, because they deserved it. Now, if that's the truth, it shouldn't even matter if it's the truth anyway, because if you find out, if you found out right now, those of you that are fans of, that believing that there's a devil, okay? If you found out there wasn't one, do you think it would change your whole demeanor? Would you be like, Or if you found out that those people that are watching this believe that you must put your faith into Christ to be saved, you got to do all that ritual stuff. And then one day you found out it was all BS. It wasn't even real, just a story. Would you then just turn around and be just an asshole? You'd just be like, well, now I have nothing to, I'm just going to be a jerk. I'm just going to be a bad person. Now I'm going to go out and just wreak havoc on the world, because now I got nobody to put my faith into, nobody to pour my sins onto. No. The majority of you watching this, if not all of you, would not change that perspective. I can see my shirt keeps turning red. That's interesting. It's kind of doing it quite a bit. Wow. It's probably the lighting. Let me see if I can sit back a little bit. Okay. But anyway, folks, you would not change your perspective on things if you found out. Same with the earth. Like people ask me, Logan, are you flat earth? And I don't get involved in any of that stuff. And I'm close friends with Santos. He's all about that. But yeah, we get along. He does what he does. I do what I do. Love is allowing. Now, one day, if it comes upon that it's absolutely emphatically proven that it's a flat earth, and it can, and I see it with my own 2 eyes, is it going to change my life? I had this topic of conversation. I was on their podcast, Syncretism Society. I was on there. I got to sit in with Daniel and the great David Weiss, who's a huge practitioner of the flat earth, and he was like, it's the most important thing. It's like, it's going to get you to this level. I'm like, I'm already awake. I don't even, that idea, I don't even need that idea. I'm already way past it. I don't even know why I haven't even gotten into this stuff. I kind of went off on a way branch of a tangent there. All right. Sorry about that, folks. I just kind of went way out there in left field. I'm going through your comments. Yeah, Lisa, nice to have you. Recycle, rerun, redo, repeat, And if you know the letters R and E, E is man. Anytime you see the letter E, it's the meaning of man. E. If those of you that have watched the show Mr. Robot, amazing show. What was he after to crash? E-Corp. Evil Corp. It's man. Technology. That's the devil. We're the devil, folks. Your fifth house. That's this guy right here. Just by the way. Your fifth house is this guy right there. Card number 5. It's called the Hierophant. It's the Pope. It's the dictator. The guy that runs the church. Tries to run your life. But in your life, in your reality, you're the dictator. You're the Pope. In your fifth house, the fifth house runs your throat. Right now I'm speaking to you using my fifth chakra, which has 16 petals tied to sulfur. And the 33 is in there. But anyway, this guy right here is owned and operated by the sun. The sun in astrology rules the fifth house. Doesn't matter where your sun's at. The sun is the lord of the fifth house. That should tell you. The sun is the lord of the fifth house. 5 is man. That's this. This is you and your identity. You are your own dictator. And this is how you speak your spells right here. You dictate your life through this card and the number 5. So that 5 is tied to the letter R. Let me show you that. This is where it gets really interesting for those of you that love this kind of stuff. Okay? Taking it to a whole nother level now. We all know the letter R is the 18th letter in the alphabet. And number 18. Now, the number 18, just so we can be clear, is tied to the word Jesus. Jesus equals the number 18 in Chaldean numerology, as does the word Christ. Both Jesus and Christ equal the number 18. Okay? So in the tarot, the 18th card is the moon card. I had said in many other decodes, sprinkled out, I had believed that the Christ was the moon, not the sun. I got a lot of heat for it. Totally fine with that. But nonetheless, the letter R is the 18th letter. R. This is the 18th card. The letter E is the number 5, which is this guy. So now, when we put the two together, it spells out the word redo, repeat, recycle. It is the moon recycling you back to become your identity. And remember, this is lorded over by the sun. And in the Chinese, It's the dragon. When you really look at this stuff, folks, this has a lot of authority. It's very possible. And I come out with the Christ battery. If you haven't seen that Decode Christ battery, please check it out. I had said in there, you follow that path and you're going to get recycled right back in. The game needs players. And again, I is that a bad thing? Because folks, life's amazing. So I know we're fixated, like I've come out with these prison planets and just the word, prison planet. Groundhog Day, the Matrix. Some of this stuff is kind of scary, right? And once you are told, once you believe in your mind that you're in prison, or in a trap, the very one thing you're going to do is look for the way out. How do I get out? How do I get out of here? That's common. Just, how do I get out? What did Truman do when he found out? I want to leave. And of course, where was Christoph, the architect? He was sitting on the moon, controlling him, saying, "You don't want to leave, Truman. I gave you a great life. Your life's really good here." He had a great life, great job. He lived in Seaside Haven. They painted that picture, but he wanted something beyond that. So he left, and he left the architect behind. So the Truman Show said that the architect was from the moon, and then Truman would be the Hierophant, number 5, which is, ruled by the sun. So you got to just kind of put 2 and 2 together, folks. And when you do that, you can start to see the script playing out in front of you by a simple deck of cards that are demonized by the church, who uses it. It's a big hypocritical aspect, because I can promise you the church, they use these. They won't tell you that, but they use them. Yeah, the G can mean a lot of things. The G in the square and compass. In the Francis Bacon, the capital letter G is the 33rd letter. Miss M, I'm a Leo sun. That's just so I couldn't answer that. I'd have to look at your entire chart. It's not just like, well, I'm a Leo sun, and I don't know what the 66 means, but what house is it in? What's opposite of that? What's the defaulted positions? Where's your north node? And there's a lot, folks. It's not just, and that's why if you want to know what a Leo sun means, go look it up. Go Leo sun. You'll find there's a really good website. It's called alwaysastrology.com. It's the one I go to. It's my go-to for default to look up stuff, to get a basic. That's what I use for clients that do readings. These are the links that I send. Alwaysastrology.com. Okay? Going through your comments. Haven, I'm Logan saying, yeah, folks, I don't know if Jesus existed, and there's no way to prove it. If he existed, awesome. If he didn't exist, awesome. See, the very idea, just the idea of the Christ existing makes Jesus exist. It's called the self-fulfilling prophecy. It's all part of magic. So is Jesus real? Yep. Because a lot of people talk about him. And instantly and automatically, poof, he just appears out of thin air. And now he's Jesus. If you know how magic works, conjuring up and stuff. Can we do this session at least once a week? I strive to do it once a week. I wanted to ask, can somebody at least let me know how my transmission, I haven't even asked that. So I got a new machine, and this one's a lot more powerful. And is my voice been completely matched up with my mouth? Has there been any kind of lag, any kind of buffering? Has everything been seamless? Can at least somebody give me some feedback on that? Appreciate it. What am I drinking? This is a this is my satiation. This is my little go-to for a little adult beverage. This is a this is made in Mexico, but it's kind of like a what's hot on the world stage now is that hard seltzer, as they call it. That's kind of what this is, but it's kind of a purple version of it. It's got a little caffeine in it. It's not good for you, and it's completely acidic, but I just drink some baking soda when I'm done to neutralize the acids. But again, it's, I don't drink them all the time. So, but it's, it's acidic, it's acid. So I just got to go, okay, cool. Thank you for the feedback. Yes. Yeah, I got to, it's because new machine, new internet, bada bing, bada boom. And now I don't have any issues. So this is how it's going to be from now on, folks. I'm actually moving next month. So December 1st, I will be moving into a new place because my lease is ended here and I couldn't extend it. So I'm actually moving, but I'm just moving right down the street. I'm actually moving closer to Santos. I could probably throw a rock at his house where he's living, and him and Danny, I'm really close to those guys. And this place is going to have, it's the newest building in town. So I'm really stoked. And it's got super fast internet, and it's, I'm actually going to be probably going back to my older brick, my red one, if you guys remember. I don't know. I like this one, but I'm going to have to put it up on the wall. This has like a stand, this one, for my backdrop, which I kind of like the brick because I like kind of the rustic, like my parents have a house and it's got brick, and I just like brick. I just think it's kind of cool. Has nothing to do with masonry. That's what some people say. Are you a Mason, Logan, because of the bricks? I can see why you would ask that, but no, I'm not. I'm a free Logan, so. Okay. How often do I drink baking soda? Every day. I do a little bit of baking soda. Yep. Every day. I do. You just do a little bit, like a quarter teaspoon. I'll do like a quarter teaspoon, half teaspoon before I go to bed. Obviously, you want to make sure you haven't had any food for a little bit, because then it neutralizes the acids, and that's what you need to break the food down. But my regimen is, before I go to bed, quarter teaspoon of baking soda with some water, and then I go to bed. And I encourage all of you, have the pH strips, urinate on them, take a piss on your pH strips in the morning time to measure your pH, to make sure your tissues are alkaline, slightly alkaline. You don't want to be acidic, folks, because acidity decays you faster. Okay, we talked about this. I don't really want to get into the whole health thing today, but yes, I drink baking soda every day if I can help it. Sometimes, I shouldn't say every day, sometimes I miss, but oh, I have a freaking powerful truth bomb I want to drop for all of you. Oh man. I really have, let me see. It's on my laptop here, but I want to just drop this one for you folks. Because I don't think no. Right now I have a decode coming out. My next one, I have so many in the queue, but my next one coming out is going to be called Sun Devil. In this decode coming out, through the methodology that all of you have grown accustomed to seeing on my Decode Your Reality channel, I will once again support and prove, using this methodology, without a shadow of a doubt, that sun that comes up every day is the light bringer called Lucifer. That's what the Latin church called it. It's not even Lucifer. It's Halo. I will prove it without a shadow of a doubt. I had come out with a decode and I said this, and I don't remember what decode it was. And I said the sun's the devil. It's Lucifer. Got a lot of heat for that. Because so many people, oh no, Lucifer's Venus. And it's just, okay, well, great. Show me the support for that. I love hearing these things, but please show me where you can support that Lucifer is Venus, the star. Please show me the correlations. I have yet to have anybody show me. Other than, well, it makes this shape and, okay. Okay, so what I'm going to be coming out with during this Sun Devil Decode is some brand new decoding methods. And I'm going to be incorporating the string of the golden ratio. So in the website, Sabidium.com, the one I use for my decoding of pi, if you go to Sabidium.com, you can click on using the string of phi, the golden ratio. I've been messing around a little bit, but I'm incorporating it into this upcoming decode called the Sun Devil Decoded. And I will show you, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that sun is what the Latin church calls the character Lucifer. I will also show, which I showed in my Superstar 2 Decoded. If you haven't seen Superstar 2 Decoded, I showed it there, that the sun is the devil and it is Lucifer. That's what the Latin church, but it's called Halo. And that sun, folks, the reason why it's called the devil, because you go outside. If you go outside tonight, like if it's nighttime and it's a full moon, and you stay out all night long, have you ever came in and said, "Oh, you're pretty red, man. You got a moon burn." It's ridiculous. You will never, in a million years, the way that it works now, get a moon burn. Ever. But the sun, within a very short period of time, those of you that have fair skin. So that sun's the devil. Tied to the Tetragrammaton, tied to the God of the Bible, the Israelite God of the Bible, the Yod-Heh-Vah-Heh. And matter of fact, those of you that are fans of Lucifer on Netflix, I don't remember the episode, but I guarantee it's there. I remember it, and I kind of kick myself for not recording a capture of that. In one of the episodes, I do not remember what season, I remember that they are in a tunnel, and he's there with Chloe Decker, the detective, and I think there was a murder or something like that. And they had mentioned the burning bush. And Moses asking, "Who is it?" And he says, "I am that I am." And Lucifer says, "Yeah, that was me." There is an episode where that happens. And it's because the Tetragrammaton is Lucifer. There is a connection there, folks. Absolutely. The God of the Old Testament, the I am that I am, the Yahweh, the Son in Lucifer. I know some of you don't want to accept that. You won't. You'll be like, no. Okay, well, I'm going to support it the best way I know how. Through real numbers and math, tarot, numerology, all of those layers lumped together. And I'm going to be bringing in the golden ratio and the string of the golden ratio. And I'm going to show you that our spinal cords are connected to the sun's your boss. That's the architect. In the movie business, that's the producer. The director is going to be the moon. And then the actor is going to be Earth, human beings. So you have a trinity in Hollywood. It's the producer, the one that runs the finances, the sun. The director, the one that kind of navigates and tells the actors, cut, and the moon. And then the earth is the actor, or as the theater, the stage, as William Shakespeare said. That's how it works. And I think I had gotten it a little bit backwards. I have been saying that from here we go to the sun and the sun gives to the moon. I think it's the opposite. I think now that I've done the research, I think we actually go to the moon, and then the moon washes you clean of your sins. That's why if you follow the moon and you research the moon properly, the text will tell you that the moon god is called sin because it washes away your sins. Who washes away your sins in theology? Who takes away all your sins? Jesus does. And then the moon hands it off to the sun when you're clean, and then the sun shines its light back onto the earth, which is the photosynthesis and the incarnation process. Let there be light, and there was light. That's the process. And that can be confirmed with the movie The Matrix. In the scene of Neo sleeping on his keyboard and his computer just arbitrarily coming on, knock, knock, Neo. Follow the white rabbit. Well, out of the two, the sun and the moon, which one is the white rabbit? Well, we know it's not the frickin' sun. It's the moon. It's got a rabbit on it. So it's telling you, follow the white rabbit. The Matrix has you. So a lot of people saying, oh, don't go into the light when you die. Don't go into the light. Well, that would mean don't go into the sun. So what's your alternative? To go into the moon? Or is the moon the light? I just know for me, it's the middle path. That to me that's the win. Whatever color it is, whatever the door looks like, it's neutrality. That's nirvana to me. Anyway. But hold on, folks. Let me just get this here. Okay. But anyway, this decode coming out is going to be bringing the phoenix into it. The phoenix, and I got phoenixes all over my arm. On accident, no. And showing you that it's all tied to Ra. Ra's the sun, of course. So there's no separation. And there's going to be a scripture involved in there called Genesis 1 verses 3, which is the famous quote of, let there be light. And there was light. God said, let there be light. Well, who would be doing that? Well, obviously it's the freaking sun. Well, when you put that into the golden ratio, and you type in the number 28 into the golden ratio, the string of the golden ratio, it's tied to the number 103. So 28 is architect, just so we can be very crystal clear for all of you that have been paying attention. The word architect is 28. The word Lucifer is 28. 28 in the string of pi occupies digit 33 and 34. We have 33 to 34 vertebrae that run up our spinal cord. Kundalini equals 28. All tied to the rising of the phoenix. Okay? You take that same 28 and you put it into the golden ratio. And it occupies digits 51 and 52. 52 is prison planet. 28's architect. 28 is Lucifer. 51 and 52 equals the number 103. The entire alphabet, A through Z in the Chaldean, equals 103. Genesis 1 verses 3 says, let there be light. So folks, let me just tell you, the sun is Lucifer, okay? That's it. And I'm going to prove it. I'm going to support it. With this decode come out, I'm going to ruffle a lot of feathers. A lot of them. And this one is the sun devil, but it's your soul or your spirit and your ego. Now, soul and spirit both equal the number 19. Let me just show you. For those of you that are a fan of the tarot, or let me give you some symbolism here so you can see what I'm talking about. This is real deal stuff now, folks. There it is. Okay. So here we go. Here is the card number 19 tied to the word spirit or soul. Now, the majority of you would say, yeah, I got a spirit. The Holy Spirit. I got a soul. Separate. So here it is. This is the card tied to the numerology of spirit or soul, 19. Okay, what about ego? Y'all got one of those. Ego is a 15. It's a dead giveaway. 15th card in the tarot, the devil. So there is your spirit and your ego right there, staring you in the face. Your spirit is from the sun. Your ego is from the devil. Are they separate? Just different forms. So when then you get into alchemy, I think I was talking about this with Nigel and Harry on the Devil's Playground yesterday. This is, folks, this is where it's at, because this is about alchemy now. Okay? And this is why I went on this wild goose chase here. I have a point to all of this, why the origination of why I wanted to tell you this. Because the true essence of alchemy is turning lead to gold. And we now know, those of you who've been following this research, our reality is being mined for its energetic gold. That's why the Anunnaki story is about mining for gold. It's our energy being harvested to feed the battery, whatever that battery is. And it uses these two cards right there. This is what we have when we incarnate. We have the sun and the devil, the sun devil. The sun, ladies and gentlemen, produces what is called radiation. What gives you skin cancer? Radiation. So clearly, the sun's the devil. It kills you. You get skin cancer. So the rays from the sun come down from space. They land towards Earth and they become a devil, which is us. We absorb the light. We become our identity, which is this guy, which is ruled by the sun. This is our card. And radiation is what decays the nations. You see, Isaiah 4, the only scripture, if you're a fan of theology, the only one, there's only one scripture, one out of the entire Old and New Testament that talks about the character Lucifer. Just one. Isaiah 14 verses 12. What does it say in that scripture? It says that Lucifer is the son of the morning. Now that's where people say, oh, it's Venus. No way. Not even close. The sun of the morning. What happens in the morning time? The sun comes up. That's what happens in the morning time. But the clue, when you bridge it to alchemy, it's the sun of what? The sun of the morning. What is the morning time otherwise known as? Dawn. So now we have the son of dawn. And the element that links to that phonetically is radon. Radon. Son of the morning is radon. Radon is the 86th element. And if you go in the hierarchy, you go to 87, francium, and the big clue is element number 88, which is radium, otherwise known as Ra. So we now know that the son of the morning is the son of Ra. Radon. Dawn is the morning time. And if you live in the United States, you probably have a radon detector in your house because that is how important it is to protect yourself from radon. It will kill you. I will also point out to you that the Georgia Guidestones are made up of limestone. And if you go research limestone, limestone gives off radon. Limestone gives off radon, also tied to the Great Pyramids. Now, if you follow that decay it starts at uranium, by the way. Uranium is the last natural element on the periodic table, the very last one. And then you get to synthetic, man-made. Uranium, Uranus, Uranus, uranium. The decay of uranium. Everything has a decay rate. Uranium goes down to radium, which goes down to radon, and it just decays. What do? We decay, folks, as the soul below. Human beings decay. From birth to death, we do a slow of decay, and we decay through time. The devil, Satan, is time. That's us. When you follow the decay rate, I'm getting to my point. When you follow the decay rate of uranium, it goes all the way down and it ends at the 82nd element called lead. Lead. And we get lead to gold. The big takeaway that I'm going to drop for you as a truth bomb right here and right now, and then I'm going to get into some phone calls. Let me turn on my phone here. Is this truth bomb right here. Radium, or I'm sorry, not radium, lead. Let me just get my slide here so I can make sure. Where is it? Trying to find my... The boiling point, I think it's the boiling point of lead. The boiling point of lead, going from one state to the next. The boiling point of lead. And we're lead now, okay? We're lead. The boiling point of lead, and I don't know if I'm going to be accurate in this, but I know I'm going to be close. I know it's the number that counts. The boiling point of lead is 2,022 degrees Celsius. Now, I want you to think about what I'm telling you. Let me open up my periodic table. I'm going to get you an exact. I want you to really think about what I'm telling you. Yeah, it's Kelvin, excuse me. The boiling point of lead is 2,022 degrees Kelvin, which is tied to potassium and the 19 and the sun. Kelvin is measured in the degrees of the sun. Now, what's the big takeaway? What is next year? 2022. The boiling point of lead is 2022 Kelvin. So what am I getting at? It's very possible that those meant to leave and exit the game will exit the game in 2022. Now that is I know it's a very that's a very broad stroke theory and all that kind of stuff. But folks, when you look at the numbers that I have, mind blown, okay? Mind blown, especially when it's measured in kelvins. So that's what I got. So I'm stretching, I'm reaching. Well, okay, make the truth your own. But I got support that's going to show you that I'm not stretching or reaching at all. But Lucifer, absolutely and emphatically, I'm sorry, Ascending Ancient, I have support. I don't know what you'd be able to come to a court of law if you want to disagree with that, but I would show you beyond a shadow of a doubt using all these methodologies that Lucifer is 1,000 emphatically the sun. And it is the devil. The devil is the sun. 1,000%. And I'm going to support it. I'm going to show you with real math and real numbers. That's what I'm going to support mine. So anyway, I wanted to just throw that truth bomb, but folks, I'm going to support it with, I don't know how many slides I have, but I'm going to narrate a story. I'm going to paint a story for you. Beyond what I'm just telling you, that was just one slide. Beyond that, I'm going to show you, and I'm going to lead up from what all this means in this reality. And when just like all my presentations, these are my truths, but I will leave your mind without any doubt. If you're a fan of numbers. If you're not a fan of numbers, if you just go on opinions and what you read in the book, then go into that. But if you're a fan of real math and real numbers and the tarot and how all this stuff is tied into that, you're going to want to check out this decode. You're going to want to check it out. All right. But let me tell you right now, next year, folks, I have another decode coming out. I got the slides all done. I just haven't put it out. It's on the Shemitah. If you're a fan of Jordan and Waters of, and this is why I'm going to be coming out with the Sun Devil, okay? Because it's all relevant to what's going on the world stage. When you look up the calendar of the Hebrew, not the Gregorian calendar, when you look at the Hebrew calendar, you know that right now we're in the year 5,782. 2021 is 5,782. Next year is the big year. Right now, we're in a Shemitah year. Now, if you don't know what Shemitah means, then I'd highly suggest you go research it. Shemitahs are in cycles, 7-year cycles. Right now, it's not even a regular 7-year cycle. It is in a Golden Jubilee 49 to 50 cycle. 49 to 50 Golden Jubilee year. The Golden Jubilee year, in my opinion, is going to start in 2022. The Hebrew calendar that matches with 2022 is next year, which is 5,782. 783. And oh, that's not just any number. It is a frickin' prime number. 5,783 is the 759th prime number. Now, if you're not a fan of, if you don't know numerology, it may not make it, okay, well, it's a prime number. Well, if you know what prime numbers are, you have a lot more keys. But 759, let me tell you what 759 is. 59 is tied to the words, the game of life. 59 is tied to the words, contract with God. The number 7 is tied to the Shemitah and completion, 7-year cycle. This Shemitah year into next year is the Golden Jubilee year. During this time, there are many things that are involved with the transition of the Shemitah. The first one is the agriculture. During these Shemitah years, they are told, the Jews anyway, that faith, that ethnic background, they are told that agriculture is off limits. There's no more plant, there's no more out there. You can pick, but you can't go out there and plow the fields and plant. And it's telling you that during the Shemitah year, you are to leave the land alone. Give it a break. That's number one. Now, is it possible that everything's leading up to these food shortages? Well, go ahead and start studying the mainstream. Just observing it now and see what's going on. It's all lining up to that. Then there's a second part to the Shemitah. Then there is the forgiving of debts and financing. What's going on the world stage right now? We are having a transition from going to a fiat currency to a cryptocurrency. And the debt that needs to be forgiven is the financial debt, because it will never be repaid back. This is the reason why I feel that money has been given out like candy over the past couple of years. Stimulus checks, et cetera, et cetera. More money has been printed in the past couple of years than ever before. Why? Well, when you link it to the Shemitahs, ladies and gentlemen, and you know what they mean, it can provide some answers. But again, then you go into what I just told you about the lead to gold. You can go into what I just told you about the 5,783 being tied to 2022. Remember, that's a triple two. 222. And there's so much more tied to that. That number. Oh. Tied to Taurus, tied to Venus, tied to the hexagon. So see, it's not just saying, well, you know, it's this, or giving you some kind of an example. Folks, I'm going to support it like I've never supported it before. And I'm not going to force it on anybody. But I've shown time and time again, pattern after pattern after pattern, this is the script. Now, you either want to pay attention to it or you don't. I'm not here to force it on anybody. And I'm certainly not giving it to you because I'm trying to heighten your fear. Don't care about the fear. I stand in a layer of neutrality. And I encourage all of my subscribers and listeners to be the same way. Stand in a layer of neutrality. That's how you win the game. Don't give your energy to the game. The game wants your energy. It needs players. Stop giving your energy to the players. Stop giving your energy to the game. All right, let's get into some of your comments. So the ascendant ancient, at the end of the day, we all want truth. Absolutely. Everybody here anyway, so we can all say that. Otherwise, you wouldn't be here. And, ascending ancient, I've never seen your avatar or name before, so welcome out. And if you're new here, I'm a person who is all about making the truth your own. So you may not agree with what I say or what somebody else says, and what matters is what you believe. That's the end of it, because life is a contradiction. Life is all about all of us, but it really is an inside job, and it's all about you, and that's all that matters. So if you want to agree or disagree, that's great, because really all that matters is making the truth your own. That is the only thing that matters. That's it, is making the truth your own. Donald Trump, why he's named his site Social Truthers. Trump's Mr. Jupiter. He's owned and operated by Jupiter. Lidska's asking about the change of DNA. It's very possible. Very, very possible. You'd have to do your own research on that. I don't get into these topics just because of censorship, and it's not that I'm just being smart about it, but do I believe it changes the DNA? So far, I do. I mean, you got to look at, folks, you got to look at what's going on in today's reality. If we were 30 years ago, if we were back, like I was born in 1973, okay? If this stuff that's going on do you think this stuff would have never happened in 1973? What's going on? The crap that's going on, the stuff people are getting away with, it's the insanity, the loony bin that's happening. It wasn't the right time. The timing is now. But all you got to do is look at we're in the dark age. So shit's going to get really ugly. And the truth really is about the dark age and what's going on the world stage. You can put two and two together, and you shouldn't even be these questions like, do you think it'll do this? We're in the freaking dark age. So the chances of the answer being yes, that it's going to alter this, are high, because we're at this late stage of the game. Transhumanism, absolutely. That'd be my take on it. I think that... Oh, what's up, Jordan? I didn't even see Jordan in here. Jordan in Waters Above Crypto. I've been rambling and talking too much and not listening enough, and I missed the great Jordan. Waters Above Crypto. Jordan, I'll call you tomorrow. Thanks for joining, brother. The great Jordan of Waters Above Crypto. Folks, if you're a fan of cryptocurrency, go over to his channel, subscribe, and then take his masterclass. Learn about the markets if you resonate with that. All right, so let's jump into... See if we can't get some phone calls going on here. There we go. All right. I missed a lot of your comments. My apologies. I was on a rant tonight. Wow, I guess I had a lot to say, and I wasn't paying attention to to a lot of you. So my apologies there. I really like to try to pay attention to all of you. Let me get my WhatsApp open. So folks, the phone number, by the way, the phone number that I have just posted up is a WhatsApp number only. Okay? Just so we know, this phone is not accepted. It doesn't accept any phone calls. So you got to do WhatsApp. Okay, so who deletes memories before a new life? I don't. Looking at all your comments. The Meta logo looks like an 8. Of course it is. That's past, present, and future. Tapping into that. Wow, a lot of great comments tonight. How do we win the game? Haven's asked, how do we win the game? Become neutral. Don't play the game. Don't buy into the fear porn and the governments and states that want your consent on, allowing them to run your life. Is Lucifer cleansing? 432 asked that. I would think the moon would cleanse and then hand off to the sun, and then the sun would incarnate you back, and you would have that kind of photosynthesis incarnation kind of aspect. But, again, the sun, why I think the sun's the devil is because in the New Testament, it says that the devil's going to be put into an abyss. It won't give off it won't be able to tempt the nations anymore. And is that telling us that the sun is on a timer and it's going to go out? Is that what it means? Can't rule it out, folks. Because we know it's all allegory. It's not literal in the sense of that. Okay, going through your comments. Yeah, it's a big contradiction. We need the sunlight, but it kills us. The sun, I believe the sun's on a timer. That's what I think, and I think that it is going to fizzle out soon. But it says that it's going to stop giving off its light, but not for a long period of time. For a short period of time, and that's where you get the phoenix rising. The phoenix is the sun. The word phoenix, the original spelling of it came from the Greeks. The word phoenix in numerology, guess what number it is? 33. Yeah, it's 33. All right. So, anybody want to call in and talk about some esoteric? Do you have a question? Jupiter, Jesus. Jupiter, Zeus is Jesus. Maybe. No, we got Christine. See, I know Christine's going to call in. What's up, Christine?
Hey, how are you?
I'm fantastic. How are you? Up in the great state of Washington.
I'm doing great.
Awesome.
I'm doing great.
Cool.
We had a glorious sunny day today.
Oh, that's a great thing.
2 weeks of rain.
Oh, yeah. Well, we
But
are.
It's beautiful.
That's great. Yeah. Well, what's going on? What do you want to talk about?
I
Make it short. Make it short now. Make it short. What do you want to talk about? You got a question? I want to keep these things flowing. So
I get it. I get it. Just pull me a card.
you just want a card. Okay.
I did have a thing to say, but it might take too long.
Okay. Well, you can call me some other time off camera and you can tell me all about it. Has to do with your Akashic records?
What?
Does it have to do with your Akashic records?
Oh, I found that fascinating.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. All right. So you have a question? Do you have a question for the cards, or do you just want to randomly pull one? What's going on in your life?
Pull one. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, there's so much going on.
Well, what do you want it to be? What do you want it to be geared towards? Let's really get some definitives here. Just name one thing that you're looking to define in your reality right now.
Well, I've been taking a lot of classes on healing.
Okay. So you want to be on that? Like, what's your career move? What you should be going towards? Are you on the right track?
Right. Yes. Am I on? Well, I think I know I'm on the right.
Well, you're always on the right track.
It's just, it's just really hard for me to, because what I pick up on people is like, if you have something that is killing you,
Mm-hmm.
I just need to know like how to approach somebody who I get vibrations from of close to death.
Okay. So like, what do you mean? How do you tell them they're dying, or I mean, is this person like ready to pass?
No, I don't tell them. I just like I try and go the path of helping them clear their path to get to a healthier place.
Okay.
And
so what do you want? You want to pull a card for that person?
No, just like what animal would help me not judge, but just give them the energy.
Okay. All right. Do
energy.
you want one from the middle of the deck?
Yeah.
Okay. So what animal's going to help you help you work with this person and help you guide to get the answers you need to provide this person a better state of healing? Is kind of what you're looking to get at. Okay.
Right.
Christine,
right.
Christine. So let's see what you
I
got.
was like, oh man.
Well, you got the elk.
The elk.
Card 3, which is
strong.
Strong. Strength. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Very strong.
Right.
The tribe of the elk.
But it's really hard because I get like kind of like tongue-tied. Because I have so many thoughts running through my head, and then it's like, oh my goodness, stay on track. Just stay in the middle and just stay on track.
Well, I'm sure the elk medicine can help you out. You just gotta really adopt that and and take it on and see what happens.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Well, let me know how you make out with that. Go read it and keep me posted on how it works out for you.
Yeah, it's just like life just goes by so fast.
Yeah, you
like,
think? You think? I know. Awesome. All right. Well, keep doing what you're doing. I mean, you're that 33 and life path, and you're doing all these great works and stuff like that. So just keep doing what you're doing. Go study the elk medicine. You got the book, so go read about it.
I'll do that.
Yeah, and then just keep me posted. Keep me posted on your progress.
I will.
Awesome.
I will.
Awesome.
All right. Take care.
Thanks, Christine. All the best. All right.
All right. You too.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. All right. So, first caller of the night. See if we can't get some more people to call in here. Or does anybody just want a card pulled? Some people just don't want to call in. Looking at your comments. Okay. Aye. All right, Lisa, let's get you a card. And I'm just going to be throwing these out because I know that people are going to be jumping in on this. Oh, see, look at all these people. Now everybody's going to jump on the cards. I'm going to throw these out now. All right, here we go. If I can keep up. So this one is for Lisa. Lisa, the Four of Swords. I don't know what this is going to mean for all of you. These are generalized readings. I'm going to leave it up to you to go do the research on these cards. The best place to go is teachmetarot.com. But typically the Four of Swords is the card of more meditation. That's for Lisa. All right. D348. If I can keep up, I have so many things coming in now. So D348. D348, you got the Queen of Cups. Queen of Hearts, card 12. Queen of Cups. Go do research on that. What does it mean for you, the Queen of Cups? Obviously, the Queen is royalty and the Cups means love. So do you have a person in your life that is coming into or is in your life right now you need to pay attention to? What's going on in your life? This needs to be, folks, if you're kind of wondering, well, what should I do about having a card read? If you're just like, if you just want a basic overview, the best thing to do is, what's the most important thing for me to focus on in my life right now? That's the most generalized question that you can get for a one card pull, so I can keep these moving. And I'll give you an example. So we have Aaron's Energy 313. Most important thing for you to focus on in life right now. I'm just going to randomly pull. Well, you got this card, which is, is the card of October 30th. We're now in the 31st. But this card right here is the card of mourning and depression, and really looking at, in the sense of getting away from the mourning and depression, it's looking at the cups that are spilled in front of you, but yet there's cups behind you. So what's going on in your life? Who was that for? That was for Aaron's Energy. What's going on in your life to where you're kind of like looking at things that once were and you can't let go of those? But that is exactly what you need to do, is to let go and look at the things that are new, that are waiting for you in the distance, that aren't too far away. Let go is what you want to do, is let go. Okay. Everything's a psyop. I think that's such a funny avatar name. Because it's such a contradiction, but it's so true, but it's not true. But I get it. All right. Everything's a psyop. Let's get you a card. Wow, look at that. Everything's a psyop. I wonder if the sun's a psyop. I'm just poking some fun. Do I think the sun is fake? No. Well, some people do. I don't. The sun is absolutely real. In the sense of real in nature. But anyway, everything's a psyop. You got the sun card. So do you need to shed a little bit more life in your life? Maybe you need to have some truth shed on your life, or something in your life. Maybe there's a problem that you need to take on, and the sun is there to deliver that. Maybe the information is going to come to you. But maybe you need to just purify your life. Go out in the sun. Maybe you need to get into some vitamin D action and release from the digital world for a while when that sun card comes in. And if you need more layers of that, again, go and type in Truly Teach Me Tarot, the sun, and go read about that. And it'll tell you more. And you'll read the keywords, and you're looking for what's the most important thing for you to focus on in your life right now. Okay, Alex wants a card from the bottom. Yeah, and I'm going to do a group card. I'm not going to stay on too long. I think I'm going to end this transmission soon. I'm not going to go 5 or 6 hours like I normally do. I'm going to end this soon, but let's get you a card, Alex, from the bottom. So, Alex, you got the card of celebration, the 3 of Cups. It's time to celebrate. If you're not celebrating, if you have something to celebrate, even if you don't have something to celebrate, this card may come into your life to tell you what can you celebrate in your life right now, because maybe you need to refresh your life and get out there and celebrate some things in life, Alex. That's kind of how I would read that. All right. And Lisa wants an animal card. Lisa. Okay. So, Lisa, you got the bear. Number 5, of course, tied to man, but the bear that hibernates. If you have the book, if you're asking for the animal card, then you probably have the book. So you definitely want to go read about the bear energy and what it's doing. Okay, so that's for Lisa. Folks, if you want a card pulled, it's text here. If you want a phone call, please don't text me. You want a card pulled. I can't keep up on both ways. If you want a phone call, if you want to talk about the esoteric, if you want to discuss the decoding world, something going on in your life, making it short, I will remind you, feel free to dial the phone number and call in. But I'm going to be doing a group card. Yeah, last time I did it, it was pretty damn amazing. Jordan came in 30 minutes ago and completely didn't see him. We're going to laugh about that tomorrow. Do I pull my own cards? Normally, no, I don't like pulling my own cards, Ascending Ancient. I have some go-to people that are card readers, and I utilize them. So I think that pulling your own cards can be tricky because it's like there's no reciprocation. So. Okay, Christine Ford, let's get you a card. I'm doing my best to keep up with everybody. Christine Ford, most important thing for you to focus on in your life right now. Well, it's taking charge of your heart. You got the Emperor card number 4. This is a card of being the king of your castle. This is a card of not taking any shit. This is a card of owning your space. This is a card of operating your castle at the highest level possible. And whatever that means for you in your life. If you need more information on that, just go type in the Emperor Teach Me Tarot and you'll get all you need to know on what it means to have that as the most important thing for you to focus on in your life right now, Christine Ford. I hope that helps you out. But that's the king on the chessboard right there. All right. Oh, we got a phone call. Let's get this 402. 402, go ahead.
Hi, Logan. It's Trish from Iowa, Council Bluffs.
Hey, Trish, how you doing? Nice to hear from you.
Yeah, I haven't been on the show for a while and just got off work, so I thought I would call. I had actually a couple questions. One was I just joined the Synchronicity Society yesterday, so I'm
Congrats.
Pretty stoked about that.
You got a lot of catching up to do. There's a lot of videos now.
Yeah. Is there? I haven't. I've watched a few last night, and I was trying to kind of go through some, and so I'm kind of excited to get going on that. And
yeah. Yep. They're pumping out videos like 3-4 lessons a day, and they've been doing that now for I think a month. So you got a lot of videos that you can probably go through and jump in.
So they stay on the channel then?
Yeah. You just go to the specific channels, and if you find somebody you resonate with, you'll be able to go to their channel and see all the previous lessons that they had.
Nice.
Yeah. This is pretty cool.
To that. And Yeah, you guys are doing big things. I'm really excited for you.
Yeah, well, that's them. I'm just helping them guys out, but I'm very proud to be part of what they're doing because they are doing some great things. Daniel and Santos and company.
My other question was, I'm saving up some money to get a decode from you, and I was just wondering if you could give me just a snippet, but more details than your website of what your decode really entailed.
Oh, sure. Yeah. Which reading are you talking about? 1, 2, or 3?
3.
3. Okay. The number 3 reading is my tarot card reading. It's called the Ophiuchus reading because it's a 13 card pull, and the 13 cards, typically what I have is when I call you on the phone, or I don't call you on the phone, I call you on Skype or Zoom. Okay, so we do a video conference. You don't have to show your face, ladies and gentlemen. You can just treat it like a regular phone call. I share my screen with you, and I've created my own graphics, and I have a natal chart in front of me that I've created in Photoshop. And the natal chart then has the 13 tarot cards that are in their defaulted positions, from the Magician all the way to the Death card, okay, wrapping around the natal chart. And then just to the left of me, I have my deck of cards. And when we get on the call, I then shuffle the cards. We talk a little bit, tell you a little bit about how it works. And then I ask you how you would like me to pull the 13 cards. So some people, the most popular is you do like a magician does. You fan the cards out over the table, and then I randomly pick 13 cards. So I'm the catalyst for the energy that's connected to you. And then you must choose that. That is the only participation in the reading that you must partake in. That's choosing how you want me to pull the 13 cards. Some people just like to pull 13 cards from the bottom of the deck, the middle of the deck, what have you. Once I pull the 13 cards, then I lay them out on the wheel to the left of me, and then I graphically import those into the Photoshop a graphic that I've made. So you can see the cards with your own 2 eyes in front of you on the screen. Now we record the entire session because you're going to want to watch it again. And then I go through all the cards in the houses of astrology to read your real-time energy, your now energy. Now this energy can bleed into the future and go into the past. Just how far, I don't know. But I don't have a crystal ball in front of me. This is really reading your now energy. And the importance of that, of course, is to be able to figure out what energies you don't want to partake in anymore, or what energies you need to move towards to fulfill certain obligations in your life.
Okay. And I'm sorry, I didn't want to interrupt you, Logan, but I think I meant to say the number 1 reading.
Oh, number 1. Well, that's a big, that's a big difference. Yeah. Okay, well, everybody got the number 3. Okay, so I have no, that's okay. I have 3 readings. I have the 1, 2, and 3. The number 3 reading I just explained, that's the tarot reading. Okay, and all these readings get recorded. Okay, and then if I do it through Skype, you can download, or we do it through Zoom, you can record it on your end. If you don't know how to do that, I do it for you. Upload it to my channel as a private, unlisted video, and you can have access to it whenever you want. The number 1 and the number 2 readings, the difference between the two is that the number 1 reading comes in a 3-step process. The 3-step process is the number 1 reading involves the reading itself, which we do at a scheduled time. That reading typically on average takes me about 2.5 to 3 hours, sometimes 4. I synchronize my screen with you so you can have full access of what I'm doing at all times. We open up a lot of web pages, and we utilize human design, astrology, Western. We bring in some Vedic and the Nakshatras, numerology. We bring in the tarot, and we bring in what else? And then we bring in the cards of illumination. Now, the cards of illumination and all that, they get brought into a graphic again. We bring the natal chart. I take your natal chart. I bring it into the graphic as well. And we put your cards in there, overlaying where their respected places are going to be, along with the tarot, to get the visuals of the tarot cards. And then we just synchronize everything. And that's going to take me many hours to interpret. The number one reading comes with that report that is talked about in the description of it, where it's going to be step number 2. Step number 1 is the reading. Step number 2 is the report itself. And I send that to you within 7 to 10 days. I break it up because I'll put you on complete quantum overload if I give you everything all up at one time. So I found over the years to break it apart. So you get your reading in step number 1. Step number 2, you get the report. I send that to you within 7 to 10 days via email. And that step number 2 is you're then going to want to read that report every single day for 30 days straight. And the reason for that is you want to own that space. And I'm all about repetition. And then the final step is an optional one. And that's where you're going to contact me via email. Let me know that you want to move into the 3rd step. And that's where I share with you the actual life coding system itself, where you're going to be able to do your own research and where I can show you, and I send you a short little video on how to do that, on exactly how to create your own report and really go deep into your code, and where you become the authoritative figure of your code. You won't need anybody else to ever interpret your charts anymore when I show you how to do this life coding system. So that's the number 1 reading. The difference between the number 1 and the number 2 reading is the 80 to 100 page report that I send you in step number 2 and sharing the life coding system with you. The number 2 reading is the 2.5 to 3, sometimes 4 hours that we spend on the reading itself. And again, that all gets recorded, so you can watch that again and again.
Okay.
Okay.
In the astrology part of it, does it go? I guess I don't really know what kind of questions to ask, but learning astrology myself, I need something more in my life right now. Like I need something besides this plain life that I live.
Okay.
And does it tell, like, I guess it's kind of a stupid question, but what I'm supposed to be doing, like,
well, it can
have a very clear
you will have
idea.
Yep. You should does it always give it to you? Can I always interpret the charts that way? It's really going to depend on how much participation you have in your mind. And I encourage questions. When I do readings for people, if you get a download in your mind and you want to, because I'm not that guy. Like a lot of people that come to me for readings, they'll get told by their friends, don't tell Logan anything. Don't tell him anything about your life. But that's so stereotypical. Yeah, that's really the psychic world. I'm not the guy to have a crystal ball, okay? I don't read energies that way. I'm very good at interpreting charts. I know I can see the charts. I have a very broad vision, and then being able to place the tarot in there and know what your cards of illumination are, which are embedded into nature. I know how to put these in your natal chart. These are things that I don't think, this is my own unique methodology. No one else does this, but I can put these inside your natal chart and show you where you will shine your brightest. I can show you where your children are at. I can show you where your partners are at, love partners, current husbands and wives. I can show you the karmic connections between you and them based upon your houses of astrology and your cards of illumination. That's how confident I am when I show these. I have yet to fail on that. I don't think I will, because it's just so easy to see it now once you start to see that. And of course, there is that layer of, for all of you that are interested in having charts read, or even just looking at your own charts, you got to realize that you have your identity in your first house. That's your rising sign. And those of you like, hey, what's your rising sign, right? Well, that's your root chakra. That's your identity. That's your devil. That's your ego. Okay? But then you have the opposite house, which is house number 7, which is the house of marriage and partnerships, business partnerships, soulmates. That's the crown chakra. House number 7. 7 days a week, Sabbath day. And then you have house number 9 and 10, which is all service to the world. Not you. Not what you do. Like, okay, so for instance, I I do decode your reality, and I know like that's my service to the world. But you know, I love music. I do graphic design. I make music and stuff. That's kind of my service to self, my identity, right? But it's going to be a mixture of that because everything I do production wise is all my creations primarily, right? I mean, I use a lot of other things, but I blend them together. But see, all of you that are looking to make amends with your code and realize who you are and why you're here, you need to look at various houses, and you need to see, it's not just like, where's your sun located at? Where's your moon? That's just such basic stuff. It's okay. What's your service to the world? What's your 10th house look like? Because you see, now that you're asking this, and this is a good question for all you listeners out there that are interested in knowing more about your code. This is not just about Trisha here. This is going to help all of you. Okay, so pay attention to this, please. I'm going to encourage you to pay attention. I'm going to show you, and I talk about this during my reading, so this is something that I repeat quite often. Okay, in your 9th house of astrology, all of you now, everybody listening to this transmission, everybody. In your 9th house will be this card right here, the Hermit. This Hermit card is the wisest of all cards because it's card number 9. In the 9th house of astrology, no matter where your zodiac wheel is, no matter what planets you have in there, by default, this card is there. This card is a representation of your higher mind. The little voice that's talking in your head right now, all of you listening to this, that's this guy, your higher self. This is where all of your ideas will come from to give to the lower mind, which is going to be in house number 3, which is in the chakras. It's your solar plexus, which is your second brain, your intuition, your inner sun, which is the sign of Gemini, the prison that we're in. Okay? So you have this ruling over your 3rd house, which runs your creativity. This is the boss of your creativity. This right here is owned and operated by Jupiter and Sagittarius by default. And the house right next to this, in house number 10, is going to be this guy, the Wheel of Fortune. So what you have, let me make sure I got my screen right here. Hold on a sec, folks. This is important now. Here is the 9 and 10. So you have this guy right here, Jupiter, running your higher mind in house number 9 at the top of your tree, atop of your natal chart. And then this card, this guy, is the son of Chronos, Saturn, Capricorn. Saturn runs this card. Saturn does. And then just next to it is Jupiter, the son of Saturn. So what happens is your higher mind is going to say, hey, Dad, let me give you my wisdom. Let me inject my wisdom into the wheel, and we'll spin that wheel to determine our fate. Because house number 10, for all of you watching, is your service, is called your midheaven. This is your service to the world, not you. Service to the world. And you will use your Jupiterian higher mind to inject into that wheel, and you'll spin that wheel, and you'll use Capricorn to do it. And this is tied to determining your fate, which has the Yod He Vav He on it, by the way. So the tarot says that Saturn is the Yod He Vav He. Okay? So this is really important, the 9 and 10. And we talk about that during your reading, and we got to see if there's any planets there. And then we got to see what zodiac symbols are on the outskirts of your 9 and 10, because many people watching this will not have Sagittarius and Capricorn in house number 9 and house number 10. But by default, they will be there giving their energy. And this is your service to the world. This is your ideas. This is your execution of your ideas. Most people just want to hang out in here. They don't want to execute. They want to just live in their mind, and it's safe here. But if you're willing to execute, you'll have a lot of bliss. You were saying, what were you saying?
sorry, like it's not safe there. It drives me insane. Like I'm ready to execute, but I just need more tools.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. It's once you learn this stuff, you know, the reading that I give, you know, it's not like most readers, it's an hour, and I've been averaging 3 hours on my readings. So you know how much I give you? I give you so much information, and it's recorded, so you can watch, and you're going to want to watch it over and over and over, and you're going to have things start to click. You can watch it next week, 2 weeks, a month from now. Like I have my own go-to card readers, and I just listened to my reading from last year, and the stuff that I was told is happening now, and it's just like, wow. And it just reminds me and confirms. So this is information that, you know, you're going to want to watch over and over again. You know, for all of you that are interested in reading. And I can assure you, like we take, you know, your, what's your birthday?
June 7th of 1975.
June 7th. Okay, that's all I need is June 7th. So, okay, so you have the 10 diamonds.
Yeah.
You have the Fortunate Blessings card. Okay.
Believe me, my life's been everything but fortunate.
Okay, so we got to shift that.
Right.
So
really
now we got to, okay,
shift.
so guess where this guy goes? In the 10th house, because it's card number 10. So this guy right here sits in your 10th house. Well, what's going on in your 10th house? I don't know. I got to look at that stuff. I got to look at your cosmic blue. I got to look at your roadmap, your instruction manual. Right? And then when we see what's going on, then we got to figure out, you know, you're going to have multiple cards, and we got to figure out what houses they're in. Even though this is card 36, but it's a number 10. So it belongs in the 10th house. And I got to see what's going on in your 10th house. So maybe your fortunate blessings are going to come by you figuring out what your service to the world is. Maybe some of you listening to this conversation, maybe you resonate with this. Maybe you're not financially where you need to be. Well, you got to figure out what your owner manual is. So
I have full faith that that's what it is.
Oh, absolutely. I have no doubt. Every time I do a reading, it's you're supposed to do it. Everything. If everybody out here believes everything happens for a reason, well, don't just say that. Everything you do happens because it's supposed to happen. Own that space, right?
I think owning that space, no matter what it is, like for me right now, I'm going through. Scorpio is my 4th house of home, and I'm going through a lot of childhood wounds and healing, and owning that in itself.
Well, you also got to look at your Chiron. You got to find out where your Chiron's at, because that's important. What house that's in, and what energy is being delivered through what kind of zodiac sign as well. You can get into the Nakshakras in the Vedic system, figure out what star seed it's in as well. You can have another advantage and another layer. Folks, it's endless, really. But you got to really look at the basic fundamentals, and then you got to really, you know, when we go through these readings, and then when you go through it again, you got to remember that no one's looking over your shoulder when you're going through this reading. No one's taking notes. No one's going to watch you. You got to be, the one thing that I preach to people, you must be authentic in your life. You can't treat life like somebody's watching and taking notes and they're grading you on your behavior. No one's looking. It's time to open up the closet, pull all the skeletons out, and get rid of them. And that's what we do during the reading as well. We locate those if you're willing to talk about it. Not everybody does. Some people just want me to just talk the entire time. They say nothing, and I know they're getting their nuggets. I know it. I'm very confident in what I do because I know this is part of my code. And so I just say that because, and I'm not saying it, I don't try to sell. There's no pressure. If the reading is there, people want to come to get a reading, awesome. If you want to go somewhere else, there's other great readers out there. You know, but if you
for me, I think it's more. Sorry, Logan.
No, go ahead. What were you going to say?
For me, I think it's very deep in the way of therapeutic. I've been to therapists in my life, and it's never worked out. They've told me that I have too many issues and they don't know how to help me, so they'll send me somewhere else. And
Yep.
it's just these things that I believe that the code is, for me anyways, more of a way out of this hell that I feel like I kind of live in.
Yep.
Even though I try every day to pull myself out, and I am grateful for what I do have after losing everything I've ever owned in my life. It's just, I think for me anyways, that is more of a therapeutic way to help people in their life situations.
Yeah. Well,
to see the brighter side.
I think honestly, in my opinion, and everybody out there that resonates with this, if you have issues that you can't get rid of, if you, are just kind of feeling stuck or something like that, the best remedy that I can tell you, okay, and I'm not a therapist, okay, I don't claim to be a therapist, but I think you're your own therapist. But listen, just everything that has happened to you, okay, you've adopted and attached to your life. And a lot of you live through these ideas that are no longer part of your life anymore, but you're keeping them a part of your life, right? So how do you get rid of them? First, you got to decide to get rid of them. And the only way you can decide to get rid of them, you have to acknowledge them. Now, personally for myself, the way I teach this kind of stuff is I teach people to treat ideas like they're real entities. So for instance, if you got bullied when you were growing up in school, and you've adopted that idea, like, maybe they told you weren't good enough, like, oh, you're ugly, and you got beat up because of that. And you adopted that, hey, I'm not good looking, I'm not pretty enough, I got freckles, whatever, right? And you've carried that cross. I'm using that as a pun. You've carried that idea and you've downloaded it and you live through that idea. It's a place of suffering. So you got to get rid of it, right? But it's not going to go away on its own. So then I tell people, go out on a long walk or go meditate and go talk to this idea, because you've created it. It's a little monster in your closet that you created. So go talk to it and ask it, what do you want from me? What do you want? And then tell it, well, let's see, you're not paying rent. You don't give me any pleasure. So it's time you go. You got to go, because we're not friends. Right? Okay, so sayonara. And then you have to tell it to leave. It's no different than the whole Jesus Christ idea. Man or not, the idea of the Christ is real because people have given their energy to it. And poof, out of thin air, the Christ is born. The idea. The same situation is with all of you out there that have created your own stories in your life. You have given them energy, given it energy. And over time, the way magic works and magic spells work, over time, these ideas become real. And they become part of your biofield. And they get stuck in there. So, go treat it like it's a real person and tell it to get the hell out of here. That's what you got to do. And it's that easy. Really, I really mean that. But a lot of you have, a laundry list of problems. So you got to write them all down. Like, okay, and then chip away at them. It's not going to be like, oh, this is going to be simple. I'm going to tell it to leave, and it may not be that simple, right? It may not be that simple, because you may love to experience life through these ideas that you actually don't like. But they provide you a payoff. There's a reward you get for absolutely identifying with these ideas. There's a payoff you get. Every time you think of this idea, you get a payoff. It makes you feel a certain way. So if you just, the whole essence of nirvana and Taoism and that is in order to ascend, you need to get rid of all your beliefs. Everything. You can't have any attachments. Because if you think about it, all of you out there listening to this transmission right now, you have personal possessions, personal property. And the more you have, the more liability it becomes. The less you have, the more free you are. That's common sense. It's the same thing with the ideas that we have adopted as stories in our lives. They become liabilities. They're not assets. So you want to scrape them away and get rid of them and be free of them. That's why I believe neutrality and just being an observer, not attaching yourself to any idea. It's a matter of just going to these energies that you've adopted as your stories. They're called stories. And then just telling these stories, I'm closing the chapter. We're done. See you later. And they don't go away on their own, right? So I don't really think you need a therapist. You're the therapist. Just treat it like it's a real human being. Okay, that's all you got to do, and that's my suggestion. I'm not a medical. I'm not giving you medical advice. I'm certainly not a therapist in that way. I'm just using logic and common sense, and I'm a metaphysician, so I help people heal from the metaphysical world. And I believe that's where it starts, because everything starts with an idea. If you got bullied when you were growing up through school, you've adopted that idea. And you've attached yourself. You may have gotten beat up when you were in school, right? You may have gotten raped. You may have gotten punched in the face. You may have gotten beaten up, whatever. That really happened. But then you end up as a child, typically, is you create stories that you bolt onto that of why it happened. Like, I'm not good looking enough, or I deserve that, or maybe I was this or that, and then you listen to what they're going to tell you, and you believe in what they tell you, and now you become an extra in the movie instead of being the star. So in order to become a star in your own movie, Trish, and everybody out there listening to this, you need to get rid of a lot of the script that's written on your life, which is artificial. It's not even real. It's not actually part of your script. The astrology chart and numerology and the cards, this is your script. And there's nothing that's really kind of going to drag you down and burn you with fire with this stuff. This is only going to make you a better person.
It helps you make some more sense of it. For me anyways, from the last couple of years of, waking up and learning these things, It helps ease my mind and make sense of what is going on and why. Yep.
But, again, most people, they don't attack, or they don't at least open the book of the ideas and the stories they've created, because it's ugly and it's scary, and we don't like that. I mean, I have things that happened to me when I was a kid, and why would I want to go revisit those, right? But you got to get
right. In my life, the way I was raised was you don't revisit them. You close the door. You don't look at it. You don't talk about it. It was never there. So growing up, that was what I was taught. And now, I'm the black sheep of the family. Nobody even talks to me, because to me, I want to talk about it. I need to talk about it. I need to get it out. Let's heal it. Let's deal with it. Yep. And so that's right now what I'm going through is abandonment. And as a child, I grew up with an alcoholic, drug addict, abusive father who was never there as a father, but yet he was there to torment, and a mother that ignored it. Mm-hmm. And
yep, I get it.
And I love them, but I need out of this.
Yep. Well, the only person that can get you out is you, not them.
Right.
Right? Because you've created it.
And that's been known in my life. Like nobody's coming to fucking save any of us.
Yeah. Well, it's time to save. It's time. The time's now, Trish. The time's now to go sit with these ideas, and you got to forgive. You got to forgive. Obviously, that's part of. When I got into personal development, and all of you that resonate with this, if you have some serious challenges in your life, what I did a lot of cleaning up in my life. Okay, I'm not just some dude that reads cards. I did my own cleanup in my life. I have a lot of cleanup, and the go-to that I first started with was an author by the name of Louise Hay. Okay, she passed on recently. She has a book company called Hay House. And there's all metaphysical, spiritual books, a lot of astrology, all that. And this lady was born out of incest. Okay, imagine that. And it was a huge proponent of doing what's called mirror work. And it's where it's simple. You take a mirror and you look at it and you talk to it. Forgive yourself, right? And it's tough because it's weird. It's like, why am I doing it? It's like, feels weird. It feels stupid. But if you I had said this earlier. If you can go in the mirror, any of you right now, if you can go into the mirror and say, I love you and you're amazing, that's owning your space. And that's letting go of the crap that it no longer serves you. Okay? That's mirror work. But it's not going to be done one time and then be like, oh, I got it. No, over and over and over and over and over and over and over. And you got to do it for the rest of your life sometimes. Not always. Right? But the charts will tell you, it'll show you how powerful you are. It may show you some of the discrepancy. I can show you where your parents sit in your natal chart. I can show you their cards. I can show you any husband and wife, any partner, even if you got a dog or a cat, I can show you where they sit if you have their birthday. Folks, the information in the charts are profound, and it will change your life. And that's what I believe in. I've been healing. I've been a part of healing for the majority of my life. I was born to do this. I'm not saying that to be anything above anybody. Just saying is I'm very confident in my abilities, and I will continue to do this great work and research to help people out. They become better people. I am an Aquarian / Capricorn, so I know that I was born to usher this into the Aquarian age, and I'm just going to continue to keep doing it until I feel like I don't need to do it anymore. So.
Well, it's very much appreciated.
Well, you're welcome. Yeah.
And I look forward to getting the reading. I'm hoping here in about 4 weeks I'll have all the money for it, and it's going to be life changing.
It will be.
I know it is, and I can't wait for it.
Yeah. Well, it'll be on time. Everything is always on time. So just be stoked. In the meantime, you may want to also, all of you out there listening, and Trisha, I'm going to end this phone call, and if that's okay with you. I'm going to finish up online. Okay, thanks for your call. So there you have it, folks. And I'm going to suggest to all of you, okay, now we're going to bring some personal development into this. Please go build yourself a vision board. Okay? If you don't know what a vision board is, you just go to the store, go to the bookstore, buy a ton of magazines that you like. You know, if you like sailing, grab some sail. If you like vacation books, grab some of those. And get a pair of scissors, a glue stick, and a big, huge poster board. Go home and start cutting out all the pictures and words that you want to create for your future. It's a great exercise. And you'll really start to see what your forward progress is going to be. And I can assure you that there may be some things in there that will be glued to your past, like you're still holding on to. You know, when I do readings, I tell people this is a new chapter for you. It's a white piece of paper, nothing written on it. And that's how you want to do this. You don't want to carry baggage into this next chapter of your life. Like the butterfly doesn't emerge from the cocoon and it still has remnants of the caterpillar. No, it's a completely different animal or insect. That's exactly what you want to do, ladies and gentlemen. You want to become something completely new. A new you. My brand that I have instilled with the Syncretism Society, it's called Cosmic Sugar. Kind of a fun name, and the tagline is Become a Better You. So, you know, I encourage all of you to do that. That's what this is all about. Is becoming the best version of yourself. Decode your reality. Become a better version of yourself. I mean, what are we all doing? Why are we decoding reality? Because you're trying to find out how to make your life better. Because accurate knowledge is going to make your life better. That's why we're after it. Right? That's why we're here to decode reality. That's why all of you are here. Because you want to have a better experience in life. That's it. Ultimately, that's why I decode reality. I'm trying to show people the machinations of how this works so you can have the best experience in life. That's it. I mean, if I had to summarize it all. You know, but go do a vision board, folks. Man, they're amazing. I'm actually due for another one. Vision board. I haven't done one in a while, and I think I'm gonna do another one. What's my website for readings? Here, I'll put it. It's called cosmicsugar.org. Cosmicsugar.org as an organization. Okay? Okay. Well, that took some time. All right. So, but that was great. Trish, thanks for calling in. I hope a lot of you got some nuggets from that, and you resonated with that, because I certainly did. I think therapy is really, I think it's very simple. I'm more of I have Uranus in my 11th house at 24 degrees. It's been there for a while, and that's my Aquarian house, right? And I have Libra there. I don't have Aquarius in my 11th house, but I have Libra. So I have a Libra and Aquarius energy in my Aquarius house, and Libra is the crown. So I know, and I got Pluto there as well. So I know that I'm designed, and I'm just throwing this out there for all of you, just so you can know me a little bit better, because I'm just being vulnerable at this point. I am here to smash old ways that no longer serve us in this Aquarian age. I'm here to bring and usher in new ways of thinking that were never thought of before. I'm not saying that to, be better than anybody. I'm just very confident in that space, knowing my code and who I am and why I'm here. And you have a specific code, just like I explained in your charts. And whether I do a reading or, I can't get to all, even if every one of you wanted to do a reading and you approach it, I couldn't do it. The ladies and gentlemen, they take up a lot of my energy. I sit in long periods. I'm not supposed to be doing that. And I dump. I give it, when you talk about 110%, I go 120. Okay? Because I know I'm supposed to be doing it. I know this is a turning point for people that do readings. I know I'm supposed to be here doing this stuff for all of you, and all of you are here for me. It's reciprocation. And we are the minority. This game that we're all playing out, just remember that we are the minority, and I wouldn't want it any other way. I don't want to be with the popular. I don't want to be with the broad. I don't want to be with the major. I want to be with the minority. That's where it's at. The minority. And when you really break it all down, it's just you. You're the one. You're the Neo. You're the minority. It's all about you and your world, and everything else is irrelevant. So you got to know your code. You just got to know your code. I feel you do. All right. Yeah, I'm a huge fan of Louise Hay, man. I mean, what a beautiful woman she is. I mean, if you need to clear some shit up in your life, she's awesome, man. She's got a book called You Can Heal Your Life. Whoo! I've read it a few times. Probably like 5 times, I think I've read that book. Now, if you really want some advanced reading, I'm going to throw a bomb for all of you. Some people ask me, I guess this is a great time, what's my favorite book? My favorite book of all time, my go-to, my most read, I've read it 20 times now. It's called The Master Key System by Charles Haanel. The Master Key System. Bar none, best book out there in my opinion. I mean, I have also like The Power of the Subconscious Mind by Joseph Murphy, and I also like Ask and It Is Given by Abraham Hicks. That's an amazing book. Working with the Law is another great book. I have a catalog of books in my iPad that are awesome. I was at one time, before I got into the mystical arts, I was reading one book a week, maybe more. I couldn't get enough. Sometimes 2-3 times. Master Key System. Whew. I got it on audio. It's an amazing book. Okay, if you're not a book reader and you want to change your life, go watch Born Rich on YouTube. It's free. And you know why most people don't watch it? Because it's free. See, we have this mentality. If you paid $1,000 to go to a seminar, I guarantee your ass is going to be there. So far, everybody that has paid me for a reading has always showed up 100% of the time because they paid for it. When we get things for free, there's no value placed on them. And we are programmed to devalue that to where, not a big deal. But you pay, you add value to it. Now it's important to you because you got something to lose. Free, you have nothing to lose. And that's a tough thing to get out of. Born Rich, YouTube, love the guy. Bob Proctor, still doing it. Still on stage. The guy's 85. Woo! Seed of the Soul is a great book. Yep. Gary Zukav. Awesome. All right, so I think this is, I think what it says. Oh, what's up, Lena?
Good evening.
How you doing?
I'm doing fantastic. How are you doing?
Oh, well, you know me, just doing my thing. Pretty much going to be wrapping this one up here soon, so it's nice to hear from you.
Yes. I was really appreciating what you were just talking about, and because I've had a reading with you, I can attest that your readings are the bomb.
Thank you.
And it will definitely, for anybody out there who is even on the fence, connect dots for you, and they'll reconfirm things that you know deep within that you maybe don't believe or don't trust.
Yeah.
Also, I love what you were saying about like when information is free, people don't value it.
Yep. People
don't actually value unless they put money on the table. And it's an interesting thing in the personal development world because I've been on this this track for a very, very long time and invested thousands and thousands, tens of thousands of dollars. And interestingly enough, people want information for free, but they don't understand the devotion and the structure needed and necessary to apply it. They think that the information being free is going to get them somewhere.
Yeah.
But they have to take that and apply it and integrate it.
Yeah.
And that's key that most people, they think that, oh, well, I'll just be around you or I'll just get a nugget from you and it's going to solve my life. It's going to change my life. And they don't understand why it's not working. Like the law of attraction. It's so funny when that came out. I was like, something's missing here. What they didn't go over, and I didn't learn it till I did Date with Destiny with Anthony Robbins, was that they weren't talking about you're demoting unconscious beliefs that were taking away from the, wish fulfilling, what you want to attract. You can do all the affirmations and all that, but it's not going to do anything if you've got this limiting belief system that is away from it. Like it's the push pull.
Yeah.
Well, I want this, but I don't feel worthy of it.
Yep. So true. Yeah, it's definitely so true. I think people are coming around now, like I've been pushing Bob Proctor for many, many, many years. And, I became a fanatic, born rich person where I turned music off for years and I just literally would just listen to him in my car where I was driving around when I was living in Los Angeles. And it changed my life, man, because I just was repetition all the time. And you become good at what you repeat. So that's what I encourage all of you out there listening. So Lena, thank you for your feedback. I appreciate it. You're a powerful individual. You know that. So yeah, a lot of the reading stuff is confirming what you already knew, but that sometimes is what we need as human beings to walk through those doors that have always been there waiting for us to walk through.
And one last thing I was going to add to that, and I was watching your podcast tonight, and before I watched it, I was thinking about how, like I explained to you, that you being a metaphysician and you channeling and transmitting your energy, even on these live streams, what a lot of people don't realize is I say this, that we are all each other's medicine, that we come into each other's lives to illuminate that which needs to be healed. A lot of times people want to throw themselves under the bus and say, I'm a victim, when in reality, the other person is giving them an opportunity to see where they need to heal themselves.
Yeah.
But also, the other thing with all this decoding, the numerical, the vibration, the energy, all of it, is essentially, you could see it as we're all ciphers unlocking our codes when we come into connection, into like union. Like we meet, whether it's digitally or in person or what have you, when we make these connections, it's like the cipher starts turning and codes get unlocked. And it's such a fascinating and beautiful thing to behold, that when you really get into it, you really start to go, wow, wait a minute. Nobody's ever a problem. They're actually always adding value. But the people who are still caught up in their stories and their victimhood, you know, we all have them. We've all got to get through them. We've got to work through our shit. And right now, this has been October, house cleaning. It's been clear out the cobwebs.
Yeah.
You know, it's coming to the surface. You're feeling under the pressure because you need to feel pressure to let shit go.
Yeah.
The only way you grow is outside your comfort zone.
That's it. Yep.
And that dime has to be pressurized when it's in coal.
Yep.
And the same, the butterfly has to turn to goo, and it has to create that pressure to get out. Because without the pressure, you're not going to build up the resilience for the next level, because we're always leveling up when we're in these pressure cookers.
Yep. Yep. Make no mistake about that, right? Yeah. That's awesome. Well, thanks for your call, Lena. It's very nice to hear from you, and I appreciate you very much.
I appreciate you.
Thank you so
much.
Yeah, I appreciate it. All right, well, we'll definitely talk again soon. Thanks for chiming in, and all the best to Florida. Yeah. All right. Take care, Lena. All right. Good evening to you. All right. So let's get into some great words there from Lena Labonte. She's a healer. She knows it. She owns it. And I love it. I love it when people, they level up. I'm all about leveling up. It's just such a great feeling to level up. You know, when you just take a simple analogy of a video game, all of you have probably played a video game. I remember as a kid, I grew up and there was Atari 2600, and then Intellivision, and then ColecoVision, right? Those are the three main game consoles on the market. And I just remember, you know, going to the arcade. Arcade was big back when I was a kid, and you just couldn't get enough quarters to slide in that slot. And it felt so good when you beat the game, or at least leveled up, got to a higher level. But at the very end, you know, you always usually get to that last level, the boss, right? And if you defeat the boss, then you celebrate, but then it's on to the next game. You know, unless you're kind of like that avid game player who just, you know, keeps going and going and going. So that's what it is in this life, ladies and gentlemen. It's a game. And I think leveling up has a lot to do with how we end up living out our lives and getting that, you know, that smile on our faces. That's the very reason why I got the tattoo. A lot of people are like, oh my God, you got a tattoo on your hand. Yeah, but I mean, it's fun, you know, and it reminds me to just, because I don't always have bright and sunny days. I mean, I got my fair share. I mean, you know, I'm closing in on 50, and I'm not the spring chicken I once was. I have my aches and pains, and, you know, I still hit the gym, and I pay for it some days. And I just, you know, when I just have those off days, I just look at my hand and I just laugh. And it reminds me to laugh and realize that life is it's just a big joke, you know? And if you can't get in that space, I encourage you to do whatever it takes to get into that space. And how do you get into that space where you're at? If you feel like you're not ever in that space, you need to start looking at your life and cutting out those layers in life that are deterring you from being that. So what's preventing you from, I mean, you may have the upside down. What's getting you, how do you get to that? Cutting out a lot of cancer in your life. That's how you do it. Okay? Okay. So let's get into I know a lot of you guys and gals asked for cards and all that stuff, and I apologize. We went off on different roads, and I know I'll get to you all eventually. But I'm going to end this transmission early. I've been 3 hours. I'm not going to go 6 tonight. I've already told myself I'm trying to cut these down a little bit. Sitting down in this chair for a long period of time is not good for me. But let's now do let's do a group reading, shall we? That way everybody can be involved in this. East 1000. I worry about a reading because my full name is 66 in Chaldean. That's the wrong way to take the approach, East 0000, because there is no good or bad in the sense of the energies that are being expressed. 66 is a freaking powerhouse number. And you got to break that apart. You got first, middle, and last, or first and last. You got the capstones. So it's not just putting your name in numerology cipher and you get the number 66, 55, 44 and be like, oh, that's taboo. Or forget about what you know about numerology. Okay. Just because, what if you had the devil card? Let me just tell you something, ladies and gentlemen. Let me drop something on you guys. Okay. The new place that I rented here in Mexico, I wanted to manifest. Because I like new stuff. I like newer stuff, right? And I'm like, man. So I got here and I fell in love with this place. I got little animals running around. I'm feeding them all the time. I got furry little friends now. Totally in love with this place. 2 blocks from the beach. But then I'm like, I really would want a newer place. I love new stuff, right? So I manifested. Or it was part of my code. I know it was part of my code. I say I'm being egotistical in my identity saying I manifested it. But whatever. It doesn't matter. I did it or the universe, whatever. Point is that I'm moving into the newest building in town. And it's, I'm how I'm going to roll. Okay, what's the address? Right? What's the address? Well, it's 15, the street. 15 Ninos, but it's 15, the building number. Does that mean I'm moving in with the devil? No, it doesn't. There's more layers to it than just that. And even if I just left off on this one and that was it, this is the boss anyway, down here. So there is truth to that, but you can't be afraid of it. You gotta have fun with it. This thing's laughing at us. Laughing. It's a jokester. It's a stand-up comedian. So you just got to have more fun with this reality. Okay? And there's nothing good or bad. It's our thinking that makes it so. Everything has a duality to it. Okay? $66 is a powerful number. There's 78. If you go with the Fool at 0 and 22, that gives you 78 cards in the tarot. If you place the number 78 in the string of pi, guess where it's located at? Digit number 66 and 67, but it's 66 where it starts. So, and these are tied to these, because these came first. These are 52 weeks. These are embedded into nature. So those of you that have the 66, that's power, baby. Nothing to be afraid of. All right. Okay. So I appreciate each and every one of you. Much love to all of you tonight coming out here on Kung Fu Master. Much love to all of you coming out here and joining in on What's Your Question number 22. Just remember, the number 22 is the Master Builder. It's, tied to the Fool card, but it's also tied to the number 14 because it's the Ace of Wands and the Ace of Clubs. But it's also tied to the 9 of Clubs and the winter solstice in the Tropic of Cancer and the summer solstice in the Tropic of Capricorn. Got to remember that, folks. We have 2 tropics. Okay. Yar's Revenge. Now we're talking some old school Kung Fu Master. I love it, man. Draco, say something about the hangman. Okay. I will. Let me show you the synchronization of that. And then we'll do the card pull. So you asked, I'll do this one last one here. The hangman, this guy right here, is card number 12. My eyes drying out. Card number 12. And card number 12 is really funny because here's some humor. Now, if you know the Lewis Carroll Alice in Wonderland, that story, you have her coming down to Wonderland, and then she is off with her head, and it's the Queen of Hearts, and it's the Queen of Fire. Okay? Queen of Hearts. This is card 12. And this is card 12. So what are we seeing here? Well, you're seeing the Queen of Fire moving down into Wonderland with the hangman being and having to surrender. And where do we go from the 12? Well, you see, you end up going into the number 13. And in the charts that I do readings for, the people that I do readings for, I use the astrology and the tarot combined together, as I've mentioned many times throughout this transmission. And as fate would have it, I can't find the damn card. Either that, I'm just missing it. Where are you at? Huh. Oh, there it is. So here's card 13. So you ask, so everybody has this card in their chart. This right here, this card is your pupil, tied to your pupil. You got two of them. Two pupils, two black suns, two little devils. This is the 13, which sits in the middle of the chart, in the middle of your eye. You die, light dies when it goes into the human vessel. Astrology is round in Western. It's round for a reason. Because this is the natal chart. What is my eye in the shape of? It's round. The natal chart in astrology is your frickin' eye. Okay? That's what it is. You got two of them. So you got your birth chart, and then you got the now chart right now. If I pull a chart of the astrology, it's right now. Two eyes. And the pupils mean student, and we give feedback to the demiurge who runs us. But you die, house number 12, and then you go into house number 13, which is the middle, and you go inward. And that's your eye, folks. That's what it is. That's how I teach astrology. And I feel that's the correct model. That's my model. Not for everybody, though. Right? But that's what I teach. It's the eye. Rules over you. And I'm going to tell you, I had just done a reading today, and I had told this person what a beautiful human being she was, and it was a fun reading. I would love to share some stuff, but it's personal, but it's just a great reading. But anyway, if you go watch my Superstar Decoded, part 2. I think it's part 2. Yeah. It's the sun, the superstar. I showed why Jesus has a crown of thorns. This is going to be for all of you now. Okay? This is a big deal. First time I've shared this. This is a truth bomb. The crown is the pattern the sun makes. If you watch the Superstar Decoded 1 and 2, it makes that zigzag shape. The crown, which is the analema, which is the figure 8. That crown, if you look at the Christ crown, it makes a W or a letter M all the way around. That's the shape that the sun makes all around the earth. That shape If you go look at your eye in the mirror, you'll see it in the cornea. It's in there. Guarantee it. It's in there. Go look at your eye and you'll see the crown of thorns wrapping around your eyeball and your cornea in the color part. You'll see it. It'll be there. It will be there. Because we are the so below of the as above, which is the Father, the Son, aka Lucifer. But anyway. Okay. Folks, we're in the dark age. That's why you get all this nonsense going on. What do you think you're going to have? You think that common sense and logic will be playing out? No, you're going to see less and less of common sense and logic and more numbskull activities going on. You're seeing things that they're not human being-like kind of consciousness. You're getting, if we're just being real and having fun, you're seeing idiots running around the stage. You're seeing people that don't make sense. You're seeing people that are just acting like lunatics. Dark age. Okay. Yeah, see, East 4 zeros. You're an NP. You've seen it in the eye. That's right. It's folks. And I bet nobody's ever said that. I don't know. I'm just saying that. I'm not saying it because I'm trying to brag. I'm just saying is what I keep finding. I don't know anybody else that has found it. Okay. So I'm just telling you, they're truth bombs for me. I'm dropping them to you. And if it's the first time you ever heard it, we're sharing truth bombs. Right. But when I came out with Superstar Decoded, I don't know anybody else has found that pattern in the crown. I proved it now with the crown. I know why. Right? It's been there. Obviously, people that have the knowledge, the esoteric knowledge, but now it's now it's out there. Right? But it's in your freaking eye, man. The crown is in your eye. Okay? It's there. We are children ruled by the sun. Okay. All right, folks. So now we're going to, before I end this transmission, it's 1:30 in the morning here. I'm going to end this early. Typically, I go to 3. Not doing that tonight. But what I'm going to do is we're going to collectively come together for this last portion of this transmission of What's Your Question number 22. Thank each and every one of you for your great comments and your participation, the phone calls, all kind of stuff. So now we're going to do a collective conscious card reading. And I'm just going to do the typical one where I'm going to ask all of you to focus, clear your mind, turn down the volume, the background noise, go in a different room if you got other people there that are bugging you, that you can't make you pay attention. I need your full attention. And we're going to be asking these beautiful cards to come to the rescue once again, to tell us where we need to be focusing our energy on as a collective to make this world move towards the golden age, to move towards a better place. Like, what should we all be doing right now to make the world a better place? This is not about you thinking about what they should be doing. I'm talking about what you should be doing, because it's all about you. It starts and ends with you. But of course, it's a contradiction. So it will be the anchor and the root is you. What do you got to do to make the world a better place? What do you got to do? What do you think that you got to do? And then what does the world got to do? So it's kind of a two-part question, but it really starts with you. What do you got to do? What does the world got to do? What do we all got to do to come together and put the puzzle together to make this world a better place? That would be the question. Okay? That's what we're going to ask. Pretty simple. Pretty easy peasy. Okay? So I've shuffled the cards. I'm just going to random. I'm probably going to do like the first 3 cards, the top, bottom, middle deck. Okay? So the way I've been doing this is we're going to put on some music. Okay? And we're going to just meditate for 30 seconds. Okay? So let me... All right. So that's the question, folks. How do we make this world a better place? Starts with you. So what do you got to do? And then what does the world got to do? Without judging, just being an observer, realizing that all the moving parts, including the loony bins and the crazies out there, they're doing their job, you're doing your job, I'm doing my job. What is everybody going to do to make the world move into a more forward progression towards the golden age, towards a better place for all of us to thrive, to become the very best versions of ourselves? What do we got to do? What does that look like, right? And what is the tarot going to tell us? What is the tarot going to tell us? So we're going to just meditate on that for 30 seconds. I'm going to crank the music up, put on some this is Dream State Logic, my favorite artist that I utilize in all my videos pretty much in the background. This is off his album called Oneness. And the music is called like a space ambient style music. All right, so here we go, 30 seconds. You can close your eyes like I am. Focus on what you got to do and what the world's got to do without judging. Just what do we got to do to make the world move towards the golden age? What do we got to do to make the world a better place? Okay, we're going to come right back in 30 seconds. All right. Man, I was in like a zone there for I just totally zoned out for that was pretty awesome. That's why I love music, man. When I meditate, music, incense, get all the senses involved. All right, so I'm going to shuffle this one more time. There we go. That's it. No more shuffles. Here we go, folks, okay? So, what did you pick in your mind? Making the world a better place. You starts with you, and then the conscious family known as almost 8 billion people. I don't know what hertz it is. He's zoned out too. Okay, here we go. Here we go, folks. So we're going to go right. We're going to go to the bottom of the deck, which is right there, and I'll be getting to that in a second. It's just... I love these cards, man. But they're from the devil because we're the devil. All right. Oh yeah. Okay, here we go. So there it is. So the 3 cards. This is how I've been doing my card readings lately. It's the top, the bottom, and the middle. And you know, when I do readings for people for fun, I do past, present, future, and it's pretty awesome. All right. So the cards have spoken. So here we go, folks. So the bottom of the deck would be the root. Okay, the root. And this is what it says right here, folks. Shazam. Got the 4 of Wands. This card. Let me show you the natural lineages of this card. Okay. That is the 4 of Wands. Now, this is how beautiful these cards are. And the extensions beyond just what I'm showing you here. And this is why I love reading cards. Because I'm going to get another tarot card out to give you more pictures of what this collective consciousness read was all about. Okay? It's pretty freaking awesome. Here we go. Okay. So the starting point of this 3-card pull for all of us focusing on becoming and being a better version of this world and doing whatever it takes. We have the card of... This is the happy home card. In the background, there's a castle and there's, what appears to be a man and a woman, and they're holding up their, flowers. And this is the four corners of the earth, the square, the cube, of course, but it's the Four of Wands. It's a mental suit, but it's establishing a happy home. So this is the card that we first all pulled at the bottom of the deck. The root is we all want the happy home. Now, this card is the Four of Wands, and it came from the Four of Clubs, which is this card. But this card is the 17th card in the deck. So now we have another tarot card we can link to it, which is, what's the 17th card in the tarot? It's the Star card. So as you can see, we now have another picture to tell us, see, we all want a happy home, and that needs to have the Star is born. We need a reset of the game. We need a star. We need to be all stars. We need to be all stars in our movie. Are you the star in your own movie, or are you just an extra? And it's okay if you're not the star. Many of you will not be, and you got to be authentic with that space. How do you become the star in your own movie? And when you become the star in your own movie, guess what will happen? You will have a solid foundation. You will have a home that will be well worth living in, right there. And that we found that because of the bridge, because of that. These came first, okay? So there's that. The middle of the deck. The middle of the deck. And this is, hold on, before I do that, let me show you another one. Oh, this is getting juicy. This is getting good. I should just be doing these things for all of you for the course of the night. Maybe I'll start a new show and it'll just be all tarot readings. This is fun, to be quite honest with you. This is fun. I love this. Because this is really truth right here. These are truth bombs. And hang on, stick with me. Don't go anywhere. This one's going to make sense. So, there it is. The card that we got in the middle of the deck was the High Priestess. Ooh, the Oracle. In the movie The Matrix, you know who the Oracle is. It was the Oracle versus the Architect, and the Architect was the asshole, and he's like, this can't last forever. She's like, you're a bastard. She knew that there needs to be a removal of Mr. Smith, and the Architect in the Matrix, the Architect was the asshole. He was like, this peace ain't lasting forever, because the Oracle brings order to the world, and the Architect brings chaos. And without chaos, you ain't got order. Without order, you ain't got chaos. But anyway, this card right here, the High Priestess, is in the second house of astrology, Taurus and Venus. So again, we're talking about incarnating into the world more love, more wisdom, reaching for your higher self. And this is the second card. Now, the link to the cards of illumination is, of course, card number 2. This is card number 2. This is card number 2. This is the Two of Hearts, second card in the deck. And then we have the third layer, and the Two of Hearts is this guy, the Two of Cups. And what is this card all about? Well, look at what it is. Two people coming together to form an agreement, a unifying agreement, another new contract. So it's clearly telling all of us that, we need to create a new kind of mindset using this high priestess and oracle energy, and this will be order, peace, the deliverance of that. And it will be by forming a heartfelt union. See, when you flip it on the side, it's duality, but it's fire. It's the building of a unison of two people coming together, and it's male, female with the Godhead at the top. Beautiful. And then at the very end of the deck why is my music all gone here? Hold on a sec, folks. The end of the deck was the almighty, the all-powerful Queen of Wands. This is the queen of the mind. And this queen doesn't play around. This queen is all about action taking. Don't let the feminine kind of steer you in the wrong direction. The black cat's there in front of it for a reason, I believe, but don't let this queen fool. This is a queen of taking massive action. Santos Bonacci's birth card, Queen of Clubs. This is a Queen of Clubs right there. This is like delivering compassionate truth to the world. And then you have, you have the 25. Hang on a sec, folks. So that one's all just that because it would just be the Queen of Clubs. So let's just pull that out and see. There's the Queen of Clubs. Those of you that are the Queen of Clubs birthdays, powerful people. Woo! Seekers of knowledge, seekers of justice. So there it is. 25th card in the deck. 25. And I'll remind you, the 25 is tied to manganese, which is the recycle process. But anyways, there it is, the queen. And the queen links up with the high priestess. A lot of feminine energy here, folks. Woo, boy. We got a lot of feminine energy in the house. And then we have the happy home. Happy home established through higher wisdom and knowledge and absolute smashing truth. And this is all about compassion and peace and purity and creating new partnerships. And just remember, ladies and gentlemen, become the star in your movie. Stop being an extra. Stop living through old cycles. Stop attracting old patterns of people that are, down here. You want to be up here. When you get your frequency up here, the people down here, they don't come into your life anymore. And if they do, you're just like, I don't have time for that crap. Become the star. Create your foundation. Live through the oracle. And be that compassionate, smashing queen on the chessboard who runs the mind of the cosmos. And that's what's going on. That's what we all want, folks, and that's what we're all going to get. The cards have spoken again, and amazing, amazing. Last time I did it was amazing, but there it was again. I got to start doing more card readings, I think. Woo! All right, it's time. Yeah. So. Yep. Folks, we will eventually move into the golden age. We will move. I don't know when that is, but we will move into the golden age. Okay? It's coming. That's why I was saying earlier, it's like, you may not have a choice but to come back. And would you come back if you were looking down over Earth and the golden age was here and everything went back to beautiful again? And you could telekinetically talk to people and you could heal within seconds. There would be no suffering. Would you come back? I can tell you authentically right now, I would. Now, if there was another something on if the grass was greener on the other side and I got there, well then maybe I would be posed with a different choice. But I love this planet. I love life. I see the beauty in it. I love nature. I'm just a massive fan of animals. I like animals more than I do people. Just because there's more of a variation and animals typically don't talk back. So they don't screw things up. I think, that has a lot to say with it. But this planet is beautiful. When you get out there and enjoy this beautiful place. So anyway, folks, thank you for each and every one of you for coming out tonight. I mean, really hats off to you for coming out here, joining. Even if you're watching this recorded, you're supposed to be watching this. I hope you got some kind of nugget out of this transmission. And I'm just, like I said, I'm just going to keep doing what I'm doing. You keep doing what you're doing, but I'm going to encourage you to, be that star in your own movie. Get through this card. This is the 9 of Cups. This is having all your wishes and dreams come true. What are your wishes and dreams? Some of you are so focused on the static of the outside world, you don't pay any attention to your wishes and dreams. Go make a vision board. Really, do that. And then when you make your vision board, please contact me. Send me an email, decodeyourreality@gmail.com. Tell me about what happened to your life. Tell me about your vision board. Tell me about your success. Tell me about your results. Tomorrow, each and every one of you should go look at your life and who is making your life move in a forward progressive mannerism, the people you hang out with. And if there ain't people in your life that are doing that, then if there are people that are keeping and holding you back, get rid of them. Get rid of those people. Own that space. Tomorrow's not guaranteed. Tomorrow's not guaranteed. You want to come to Mexico? Do you want to go to, right now I know there's 4 countries, just so you know, there's 4 countries that you don't need any kind of testing, and there's none of that crap. Mexico's 1. Colombia is 2. Costa Rica, which I just was there, is 3. And the Dominican Republic is 4. Those are the 4 countries right now that you can travel to without any of the kind of the nonsense. Okay? And there is a loophole, by the way. If those of you that live in the United States, you don't want to get through the nonsense of testing and you want to come to Mexico, you can fly to Mexico, no testing. And it's a little bit longer of a trip but if you're on the West Coast, you can fly to Tijuana, which is a border city of San Diego, and you can walk across the border and there's no testing. So it's a little bit of a loophole. Okay? So just FYI, And if you feel the itch, just come. All right? Just come. All right. So thank you, each and every one of you, for coming on tonight. You guys are amazing. Much love to all of you. Seriously. I'm going to let you guys chat a little bit. I'm going to play some music. I'm going to get my face off this camera and let this run out for about 5 minutes. But that's all I got for today, folks. My name is Logan. This is Decode Your Reality. This is What's Your Question number 2. Till next time, we're going to see you later. If I can get it to work. There we go. See you later, folks.